as they say.
Yay, congratulations. Glad to have you back.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think we have all council members present.
That is correct, Mayor.
All right. Then I will call to order this regular meeting of the Los Altos City Council on Tuesday, June 14th at 7 p.m. City Clerk, would you please call roll and establish quorum?
Yes, Mayor. If you are a member of the council and are here present, please indicate so by saying aye. Councilmember Feiber.
Here.
Councilmember Lee Ang.
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Here.
Vice Mayor Meadows.
Present.
And Mayor Enander.
Present.
Everyone is here.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. And would you all please now join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. There was no closed session, so there's nothing to report out. I do want to announce one change to the agenda for those of you who may be here for item 12, the military equipment use policy. We have received a number of comments and questions, but staff is not available to respond sufficiently this evening for the council to be able to act. So this item is being deferred to June 28th. And now, City Clerk, if you would be so kind, we have a special proclamation. As you know, throughout the year, we've been celebrating New Year's and new beginnings of various cultures in our community. In February, we celebrated the Lunar New Year of many Asian cultures, and in April, Nowruz, which is celebrated among Persian and many other Central Asian communities. Both of those traditions are thousands of years old. Tonight, we offer a proclamation for one of the newest traditions for celebrating new beginnings. Many of us learned in school that President Lincoln freed the slaves. Like much of what is taught, or perhaps not taught, about the history of African Americans, this was grossly incomplete. The Emancipation Proclamation only covered slaves in Confederate states that had been defeated by the Union. It took another 3 years to fully free the enslaved people throughout the US. It was not until 2.5 years after the Emancipation Proclamation, on June 19, 1865, that Major General Gordon Granger issued General Orders No. 3 in Galveston, Texas, informing the people of Texas that the Emancipation Proclamation had been declared by President Lincoln. What became Juneteenth was first celebrated in Texas and has become a symbol and celebration of new beginnings. President Biden made Juneteenth a legal public holiday last year. No other peoples in our country were deprived of and punished for their native cultures as were those bought and brought to the US from the African continent. No other peoples in our country had their cultures so devastated that they had to develop their own new and important culture, one which has contributed to every part of American history, science, literature, art, culture, and politics. It is my honor this evening to declare this proclamation for Juneteenth in hopes that all Los Altos residents will take the opportunity to learn about and share the joy and optimism that this foundational day represents in Black culture and throughout the world. Thank you, City Clerk. Are there any other changes to order of the agenda that anyone would like to make? Let's see, and can we get everybody muted if you're not speaking? Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's actually not a change to the agenda, just a follow up on the proclamation. With the formal reading of and acceptance by the council of the proclamation, does that authorize the city staff to raise the Juneteenth flag?
I believe that would take a separate action that would have to be agendized. And so I think it's not the first issue that's come up this week about raising flags. And I would recommend that this council needs probably to develop a policy as to flying flags for various celebrations, because I don't think we've ever done that. But thank you for raising it.
Okay, so even though we have the proclamation passed, we can't raise the flag. Is that correct?
It is not a part of anything that has been moved or agendized. So I do not believe that would be in order, but I can ask the city attorney if she has.
I would suggest that at the end of the meeting, someone brings it up as a future agenda item so we could develop a flag policy, because we will need a flag policy to guide us in what type of a flag is considered speech and what type of speech we want to claim as government speech. I'd be, you could direct the city attorney to look into types of flag policies to come
So
back.
I'll come back to you, Councilmember Weinberg, at the end of our meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other potential changes to items on the agenda? Seeing none, we'll go to public comments on items not on the agenda. If you are here from among residents or others members of the public, if you have anything you wish to speak about on an item that is not on the agenda, please raise your hand and City Clerk will establish an order and call on you.
Madam Mayor, at the time, I see 2 hands raised.
Thank you. Would you please give each of our 2 speakers 3 minutes?
Yes, I'd be happy to. Our first speaker for this evening will be Jim Fenton. Jim, are you there?
Yes, I am.
You can begin.
Thank you. I'm commenting to ask the City Council to agendize an item to consider changing the council norms to eliminate the current practice of public commenters ceding their time to others. The comment time limits are designed to conserve council time and to provide fairness to members of the public, and our current practices do neither. Additional time is wasted while city staff has to adjust the timeout clock every time a commenter has an exceptional amount of time. Members of the public who have extended remarks are always able to submit. Let me say that again. Members of the public who have extended remarks are always able to submit their comments in writing. There's no time limit for those. Furthermore, during the current pandemic, I've heard commenters who call on someone else in their home they call them to the phone just to say, I cede my time, but who do not apparently otherwise engage with the meeting. This is unfair to those who live alone or choose not to abuse that privilege. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, and if I mispronounce your name, I'm sorry, Raja Suri. Raja, are you there?
Yes. I'm not sure if can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right. Hey folks, this is my first city council meeting attending or speaking, so thank you for bearing with me here. I'm a relatively new member of the Los Altos community, moved here last year. I'm joining city council and getting more kind of involved in city affairs, really due to my interest in tennis and my involvement with other tennis players in the community. Recently we were made aware of an intention by the city council to explore a pickleball pilot that would reduce the amount of available tennis court hours by 40%. And that was of grave concern to not just myself, but a bunch of other great Los Altos tennis aficionados players that I've met over the past year. And I think we want to make the point, us and other tennis players, that there are a lot of us out there, and we really like the amenities of having tennis courts. Upon our analysis, we found that Los Altos has the least amount of tennis courts per resident of any neighboring city, and the reduction of access to tennis courts by 40% would be a material harm to our ability to enjoy these tennis courts. So we formed a group called Los Altos Tennis that will represent our views and organize our efforts to make our views heard, not just about this pilot program, but other tennis endeavors or other tennis requests that we may have. And there's a bunch of things that are part of that. And I look forward to engaging with all of you on this topic, very important topic. We also understand that there's legitimate interest from other folks to play pickleball, and we want to include them in this effort as well, and find the best outcome for everyone in the community. So just introducing myself to all of you and beginning the journey in terms of engaging on this very important topic.
Thank you, Mr. Suri, and welcome to Los Altos and welcome to city government.
Thank you.
Do we have any other members, City Clerk?
Yes, Mayor, we have one more individual with their hand raised. Janine Valadez.
Thank you.
Janine, are you there?
I am. I just saw the unmute button. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am a park commissioner, but speaking as a private resident. I want to make two comments. One has to do with the previous speaker that brought up the issue of eliminating time ceding to fellow speakers. In my opinion, the practice of allowing people to cede time actually probably saves council time, because it allows citizens and encourages citizens off time to coalesce their thoughts and their provisions, whether they're citing law or citing other factors, and to task a good speaker with representing their interests, rather than, which is they're also right, instead of having one person speak for up to 10 minutes and representing possibly 200 to 300 people, what you're going to end up with is at least half those showing up to speak on their own. And most often probably redundant statements that have been crafted by the organizers. So in my opinion, efficiency is better served by allowing people to cede time and to create speaking representatives. People that occupy a same household may not always have the same opinions, but they might. And so if they can find a representative to speak for them, it actually does save time on the whole. My second comment has to do with tennis and pickleball. And in general, I don't even want to focus on tennis and pickleball. I want to focus on resource utilization in our city, whether it's grass, whether it's gym floors, or whether it's hard court. I believe that anytime I see an organization try to bestow themselves with primacy over other taxpayers, it kind of rankles me. We have very limited resources. We're looking at a rice bowl situation in our city. For every hour or minute you take away from organization to feed another organization, of course, there's going to be cost to the original organization. But no taxpayer has primacy over another taxpayer, and no resident should have primacy over another resident. And every city in the nation shares courts, whether it's a gym or a grass field or an asphalt court. And there has to be a way that people stop being selfish and start thinking of our community as a whole. We do not have the resource to create more fields, courts, or gyms. And so we need to share. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That then we will close comments from members of the public on items not on the agenda and move to the consent calendar. Is there anything anyone wants to pull from the consent calendar? Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to remove item number 5 from the consent calendar.
Okay,
And I also had a clarifying question for staff on item number 2. I'm not
Okay.
asking to remove it. I just want to clarify what the ask is tonight.
understood. Is there anything else that anyone wants to actually remove from the calendar? Seeing none, would you please go ahead and ask your question of staff regarding item 2?
Thank you. So I thought I understood what the ask was of council for item number 2, Mr. England. But then I saw the questions and answers later this afternoon, and it mentioned possibly other options to resolve this issue. And so I wasn't sure if this item would come back to us at a future meeting to discuss those other options. Or go ahead.
Sorry, Councilmember Flagger, the ask tonight for clarity is to reject all of the bids. Staff would be happy to come forward at potentially a study session to discuss other options we have for potentially addressing infrastructure issues.
And is that something we would need to bring up, Mr. England, in future agenda items, or was that already the staff's plan? Because it wasn't clear if we reject it, we agree with your recommendation, reject the bid tonight. Would you then reissue a new request for bids, or would you explore the other options? Like, what happens after tonight?
So, Councilmember Flagger, after tonight, we were going to regroup and determine which options we should bring back to council for consideration. It could be an RFP. We may want to provide more information on other options. We were waiting to see the actions council took this evening.
Thank you. That's it, Mayor.
Okay, in that case, and with the note that there have been amendments made to the minutes and that we have new red line with some corrections, I would entertain a motion for items 1 as amended, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7. Councilmember Lee Eng.
So moved, Mayor.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Vice Mayor seconds. City Clerk, would you please take the vote?
I'd be happy to, if you agree with the motion on the floor, which is to pass agenda consent items 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7. Please indicate so by saying aye. Councilmember Flagger,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Eng,
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Meadows,
Aye.
Mayor Enander.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. I would like to take up item number 5 so that we can get that handled. Councilmember Flagger, you pulled this item. Would you like to say something about it?
I do, Mayor, and thank you for the time. I pulled the item because I do want to ask my colleagues on council to reappoint me to the Cities Association board. The last time I made this request, I had highlighted some items that we were still working on, and we're still working on several of those items. There are also things that we're still working through that haven't been resolved. And for reasons I can't say at a public meeting, I will just say for those reasons in total, both the reasons I already stated the last time, we're continuing to work on a lot of those, and for other reasons that we're still working through, it is very important for me to continue serving on the Cities Association board. And so I would look to make a motion. I know we have to go to public comment, but I removed it so I could make this ask and then later make a motion.
Yes, we will need to go to public comment. So before we do that, I want the public to know that when the council considered this matter in December, we were all at a disadvantage, both council and residents. Whatever council member Flagger or I may each have thought we knew about the situation, we could not discuss it. The document prepared by a private legal counsel that was later released to the public had not yet even been written. All that added up to an extremely awkward consideration by council of my appointment to represent our city to the Cities Association. Fortunately, it seems a resolution to that matter, and to which Councilmember Flagger just alluded, between the parties is near at hand. However, we remain in the situation where we cannot discuss it. Nevertheless, the item before us is to act on the mayor's appointment of the representative for our city to the Cities Association for the rest of the year until December's reorganization meeting. Our norms and procedures call for the appointment to be at the discretion of the mayor, subject to council affirmation. It has long been the practice and precedent to affirm the mayor's nominee. Out of respect for that precedent, for the city and my commitment to the Cities Association, as demonstrated by my service on the legislative and selection committees, I wish to serve for the remainder of 2022. So with that, I would like to take public comment. If there are any members of the public who wish to speak on this matter.
If you would like to speak, please indicate so by raising your hand. Mayor, I see one person with their hand raised at this time.
Thank you. Would you please give our speaker 1 minute?
I would be happy to. Our speaker is Mr. Pete Daly.
Hi, everybody. Can
Hi.
you all hear me?
Yes, bear with me. We can hear you and you can start.
Okay, so I am on the Parks Commission, but I'm speaking as a resident, and I do not think we should appoint the mayor until the dispute with Andy Jordan is settled and behind us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Daly.
Oh, Madam Mayor, there now appears to be a second speaker.
Thank you.
Janine Valadez.
Hello, thank you. I'm also park commissioner, but speaking as a private resident. I just want to give a very simple impression and personal opinion is that whatever is least disruptive to the flow of thought and action by the organization is the path that we should follow, pending any outside or in parallel actions that are going on. I'm not particular. I'm just saying, let's minimize disruption. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valadez.
Before I unshare my screen, I do not see any more public speakers.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Lee Eng, you have your hand raised.
Well, I also wanted to make a motion to affirm the mayor's appointment as a representative to the City Association. So I move to affirm your appointment to the Cities Association as representative.
Thank you. Mr. Weinberg?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a sub motion. And I'm sorry, but in my opinion, there is an actual conflict of interest with you serving on the board. So my substitute motion is Councilmember Flagger to serve for the next 6 months.
Councilmember Lee Eng is the substitute motion. We have no, do we have a second on Councilmember Lee Eng's motion? I will second Councilmember Lee Eng's motion. Councilmember Flagger?
I will second Councilmember Weinberg's substitute motion.
Okay. Is there any further discussion?
I would like to make a substitute motion. I believe we can, just to make it interesting, I believe we can have up to 3 motions on the floor. I would like to continue the discussion to a date uncertain until the Cities Association matter is resolved.
I would happily second that motion. I do want to point out 2 things. One is that under the motion that we took in December, which the vice mayor so graciously crafted, the appointment is up as of tonight. There is a special meeting. The agenda for the special meeting has, to the best of my knowledge, not been announced. It's possible that Councilmember Fliger knows what the purpose of that is. It's a recently posted meeting, and they've also posted a legislative committee meeting. So it's easy to guess that the purpose of this special meeting would be to act on any recommendations that come out of the legislative committee meeting, but I do not know that for a fact. Do you happen to know that, council member?
So at this point, Mayor, I will not speculate as to the different items that will be on the June 23rd meetings. And I think we're getting sideways. And I'd like to respond to the Vice Mayor's suggestion. And although I appreciate the Vice Mayor trying to come up with another solution, we do need to make an appointment. Otherwise, we will not have a representative on the Cities Association board. If your third motion, however, is to continue my appointment until a date certain or uncertain, then I could support that motion. But if your motion is that we table everything tonight, that would result in Los Altos not having a representative on the Cities Association.
I would, if you're making that as a friendly amendment, I would accept that friendly amendment to my substitute motion.
Here is what I would like to avoid to my colleagues. If the primary objection here is the uncertainty about which we can none of us speak this evening, then continuing this to a date at which that uncertainty is finally and fully resolved seems to be something that I would hope we could all agree on. If, however, this is simply to postpone things so that Councilmember Fliger continues to argue that only she can make sure that certain work continues to get done on the Cities Association, then there is no point in deferring this decision.
Mayor, may I clarify my
Please.
intent, since that's the second substitute motion? My intent is that any matter in which you were implicated, wrongly, rightly, it doesn't matter, until that matter is resolved, and that is the only thing that my motion has in mind, then I think that Councilmember Fliger should continue representation, and then the moment that is resolved, this issue would come back to us, because that implication would no longer present a conflict of interest.
Okay, I will point out that in the document, which is a public document to which I referred, there are a number of allegations made, and I stress they are allegations made against the executive board upon which Councilmember Fliger serves. So there are, in that document, 3 members of this council who in one way or another have been named, I'll put it that way, in that document. Nevertheless, Councilmember Vice Mayor, I would be happy to support your motion, knowing that the first agenda on which, I mean, we might be able to do this in the end of June. We might be able to do this in July. It might have to wait till August, but I have reasonable confidence that would be no later than our August meeting. Councilmember Lee Eng, you had your hand up first.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would like to make a friendly amendment to the Vice Mayor's motion and maintain her motion until perhaps to be safe, so we don't have to keep going back and forth. The first meeting in August, or our first return back in August, our first.
I would prefer that this be at the discretion of, frankly, the mayor who's setting with the city manager the agenda, because the city manager will know with the concurrence of the city attorney when this matter is fully and finally resolved.
Okay, I would put that as a friendly amendment if that would be okay with the vice mayor.
I put this item contingent on the resolution that the mayor as named, and it doesn't matter, Councilmember Liang is named, but Councilmember Flagler is not named, although she is on the executive board. I just wanted to clarify that. But this is just simply contingent on the resolution of the situation. And thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
And
Councilmember Flagler.
Thank you. I just want to clarify several points. I will refrain from going into details on a lot of what the mayor said. There are a lot of things the mayor said that are misleading. They're not correct. But I will not go into it. We have a big agenda, and I don't think it's necessary for purposes of this discussion. But I do want to reassure everyone listening and Vice Mayor to your proposed motion. Resolution of different issues may not take place in one document. As a Cities Association board, we're working through several issues that we need to resolve over time. And so I'm very concerned we're going to make a motion relying on possibly one document and determine that everything has been resolved. The Cities Association board, we've been working through several issues to ensure that the board continues as an organization, a strong organization. And there are things that have resulted from what has happened over the past year and a half that we still need to work through and resolve. And so I cannot support the motion if the motion is saying that if there is one document that may give the appearance that everything is resolved, then that's when the mayor would start serving. That is a very big issue. And so my preference is to go back to Councilmember Weinberg's motion to have me serve for the rest of the year. I am being very careful. I am respecting confidentiality. Others haven't. Others have speculated on a lot of things. I will not. And so with that, I do ask for support of Councilmember Weinberg's motion. I don't know how many motions are on the floor right now, but three. Okay, we can have three. And so I would, and I know the order of voting, but based on how I think the vice mayor's motion is being interpreted, I cannot support it, and it really doesn't help.
So if I may clarify, I didn't say anything about documents. I said situation. Now, if we're defining that, so I mean situation in totality. I would hope that each of us, if we're involved in and have what could be perceived as a conflict of interest, that we'd not put the council in the situation, ideally. And I think we're trying to come to a place where we can do that. I didn't put my motion on the basis of document, but maybe others should clarify what they think.
So I'm going to simply say that everything I have said tonight is factual and was cleared with the city attorney prior to this meeting, so that I have not breached any appropriate confidentialities. Councilmember Lee Ing?
Perhaps we can hear from our city attorney, because I think it would be, I mean, she could be able to help clarify, I guess, the vice mayor's intent of the motion on when this issue is resolved. So I understand what the vice mayor is saying, and so I think perhaps the city attorney can respond.
Well, one thing I will not respond to are any of the allegations and the complaints made. I'm not going to get into that because those are confidential matters. I can't really, I'm not sure what you want me to clarify with the vice mayor's motion, but I think her motion was that she wanted it continued until certain things were resolved. I think there could be some clarification to that. But the only thing I can say is in the order of voting on these, you have to take the last substitute motion first, as amended or not, then you go to the second, and then you go to the first. So if you could clarify, Councilmember Lee Ing, what actually are you wanting me to clarify? Should a date certain would be good. We can't really get into what items need to be resolved because there are some pending items that still need to be resolved. So if you could help clarify that, and then maybe the vice mayor would be able to amend her motion. But I'm not sure what you mean by what I'm going to resolve.
So if we say a date certain, when is our last meeting before our summer break, just by chance?
I believe June 28th.
No, it's
No,
in July.
July. We have a
Oh,
meeting
it's
in
July,
July.
okay.
July 12th.
I was being hopeful.
Maybe we should just say
So
maybe we could just say a date certain, vice mayor, would be the first meeting in August. I think that would be.
so let me clarify my motion. I'm not willing. So I have I am not in the know on this issue, a little bit more so than December 14th, but I still am not in the know. I cannot give a date certain to this motion. So the way that I've I understand my motion plus the friendly amendment from Councilmember Flagger. I will state the motion, I believe, is to continue this item till the matters that the mayor is potentially implicated in are resolved. And until that point, Councilmember Flagger still serves as our representative on the city's association. But that is to a date uncertain because I have no ability to predict something that I have no information on whatsoever.
Councilmember Weinberg?
Thank you, Mayor. I think most of the questions that were running through my head are probably moot at this point. My understanding is Sally, your motion is reappoint NISA and then bring the appointment back for reconsideration, the appointment, once the matter in which, for the sake of me, I'm going to say in which I believe there was an actual conflict of interest. It's a situation we're all talking about, the Andy Jordan letter, which has been public. Once that is resolved, I'd like the opportunity for the mayor to bring it back if she so chooses.
Correct.
And the question of
Councilmember
when it is
Weinberg.
resolved is not one that we can actually pinpoint right now because, as Nisa pointed out, it is not as simple as one resolution being passed necessarily. There may be other components that have to fall into place for the matter to actually be resolved. And I understand that. To me, as a litigator myself, you can reach a settlement, you get something on paper, there's other things that have to happen, there's other documents, there could be issues of consideration, there's lots of things that have to happen for a resolution to happen after the initial paperwork and framework is put together. Because until everything is resolved, nothing is resolved. So if your substitute motion is reappoint NISA and give the mayor discretion to bring this back when there is a full resolution, and I believe that the mayor understands what full resolution means. And I trust that the mayor is not going to bring it back. I mean, she's hearing what's being said. She's not going to bring it back if there's only a partial resolution or the resolution has not been brought to the end. If that's not a very eloquent way for me of saying it, but if that's the gist of what your motion is, then I can support it.
That is the gist of it, yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Fliger and Councilmember Lee Ing, and then I think we should vote on the third motion.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to be very transparent. A lot of this is confidential. And so I am not sure if the mayor would really be able to say everything is resolved. And so that's why, I am trying, not to be very careful, like I was in December, to not say certain things. And so my only concern with the vice mayor's motion is that it gives the mayor the discretion to determine when everything is resolved, and she is not in a position necessarily to know when everything is resolved. And Councilmember Weinberg was 100% correct. One document will not resolve everything. When you have big issues like the one we're all referring to, there are things that result from that as an organization we have to work through and resolve.
Councilmember Lee Ing.
How about a friendly amendment, Vice Mayor, is maybe you serve and then the second half will continue as suggested that when it's resolved, then it can come back. That way, it's just a short.
Thank you, Councilmember. That's probably the most disruptive option, though, so I can't support that amendment.
Okay, just thought, try to make something that'll work for everybody.
So let's call for, I'm sorry, go
Mayor,
ahead. Councilmember Lee Ing.
I
Fliger.
That's fine. I would like to support this motion. So I'm going to attempt a friendly amendment, Vice Mayor, if we could take out at the discretion of the mayor, because as I said, the mayor may not be privy to what's going on and when things are resolved.
So I don't think I ever said at the discretion of the mayor.
Okay.
Councilmember Weinberg might have said that. That doesn't, I didn't say that, so that wouldn't be part of my motion. So
my question then is who would decide or determine when it is appropriate, if it does become appropriate, to bring this back?
So I would be in that position, Councilmember Weinberg. I'm the one who is part of the executive committee and board.
So here's my concern. There is a public document that many people are aware of, and that is at issue. No question, people know that it is at issue. If there are other matters at issue, then that is something that only Councilmember Fliger knows about. That places her in the position, basically, of holding me and this position hostage on the premise that she knows there are other things going on that are unresolved about which I would have no information. And yet it appears that I am being excluded from taking this position because of some presumption that comments made in an attorney's letter are true or are at least unresolved. So I am gravely concerned that there is not, I should say, the real proper analysis or information sharing of what is going on. Because frankly, if there are other things going on that involve me, I am not aware of them. And it would concern me if we reach the point, and I'm happy to have the city attorney and the city manager jointly decide if the matter of the letter that is public has been resolved, as Councilmember Weinberg said. And I used to resolve EEO complaints all the time. So I'm very aware that having someone's signature on a piece of paper, hypothetically, does not resolve a matter, that there are often other parts that have to be resolved, whether it's compensation or promotions or anything else that's involved, those often take some time to accomplish. And so the matter is not always resolved just because the parties have agreed or even that both parties have signed a piece of paper. I'm happy to leave it to the city manager and the city attorney to determine whether that matter has been resolved and that this would then come back in accordance with the vice mayor's motion. If we are going to say that because there are things that none of us can know about and none of us can talk about, and therefore we can't take another action until Councilmember Flagger says that all of this, which none of us know about, have been taken care of. Frankly, I have an issue with that. Councilmember Flagger. And it's not
Thank
about,
you.
you understand that.
No, it's fine, Mayor. That's totally fine. Very similar to December, where I did not mention the claim. Again, I'm very respectful of confidential information like I am right now. And so very similar to December, I did not mention the claim, but that was obviously a big part of why I was asking to continue serving on the Cities Association board.
Yes.
So very similar to this situation. There are things I may not be able to say because of confidential reasons. They may come to light just like the claim did eventually, who knows? But I will not state more than I've said, only to ask my colleagues. And if the vice mayor's motion is what we're looking at, then I would ask that we take the discretion from the mayor. And I'm happy to represent if everything that I know is resolved, where it's no longer important for me to continue serving on the Cities Association board, I will let the city attorney and the city manager know. I'm happy to have that responsibility, but as proposed by Councilmember Weinberg to give the discretion to the mayor, that would not work. It just wouldn't work. There would not be a trigger to bring it back for reconsideration.
Vice Mayor, what do you think about giving this to the city attorney and the city manager?
To me, that makes a lot of sense. In the worst case scenario, God forbid we have a third one of these discussions at a council meeting. So I would support our city attorney and city manager being able to speak with both of you, frankly, and bring something forward at the time that there is resolution of the complete issue. Again, I don't know any of the rest of it.
Thank you.
So I would accept
that being the motion and having seconded the motion, City Clerk, would you call the vote, please, on this motion?
I'd be happy to. If I may I please repeat what I think I heard as the motion? And that is Vice Mayor Meadows moves to have Councilmember Flagger continue to serve to a date uncertain until the matter reaches a full resolution, seconded by yourself, Madam Mayor.
I would add to that, as determined jointly by the city manager and city attorney. Correct, Vice Mayor?
Correct.
And before we vote on the motion, can we check in with the city manager and the city attorney to confirm they're comfortable taking on this role?
Yes.
So I was going to say Jolie's camera turned on first, but that's probably not honest.
We're gonna arm wrestle. We're gonna arm.
To the extent of the issues we know about, I think I am comfortable with that motion. Where it will become difficult is if there's confidential matters that the city attorney and myself are not aware of. We're not going to have the ability to say the issue is resolved. So unless council is willing to define what resolution means, and it sounds like after the conversation, that is going to be difficult. I'm not certain that either city attorney or myself would accurately be able to say when the situation was closed.
City attorney?
No, that was my concern, and being, resolved is resolved in some certain sense of resolving the matter. But if there's any further follow-up, as I think Councilmember Weinberg said, for implementing the settlement or implementing the resolution of this matter, there might be some other factors that I'm unaware of, but I believe we would be able to determine if it is resolved in that sense. So I'm okay with taking that on, and it may be awkward, especially if there's more confidential matters that need to be quote unquote resolved stemming from this.
In which case, perhaps we want to just hang this on the poor city attorney.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. No, Gabe's at my side on this one. So you can go ahead, and if the substitute motion passes, then we don't need to take an action on the first substitute motion or the original motion. Yes. I believe I was going to pull up Rosenberg's, but I believe that's it. Yeah. Okay.
That's it. Yep. So, Vice Mayor, are you okay with we limit this then to the city attorney?
No,
obviously
city attorney and city manager
would be consulting with the city manager.
Yes. So as we verbalize the motion, I would still say both of them, because he can always defer to City Attorney Houston if that's what they choose.
All right. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
I will call the roll, Madam Mayor. If you agree with the motion, please indicate so by saying aye. Councilmember Weinberg.
We didn't hear you.
You're on mute, Mr. Weinberg.
Sorry, you're not coming through. We'll come back to you, Councilmember Flagger.
And you're on mute too, Councilmember.
No.
That's okay, thank you. Councilmember Lee Ang.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg.
I didn't hear anything. Is it just me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay.
Now you appear to have frozen and gone back on mute. No, we can't hear you. There we go. Say quick.
Yes. Yeah.
I heard an affirmative from Councilmember Weinberg, and I see him nodding. All right. Vice Mayor Meadows.
Yes.
Thank you. And Mayor Enander.
Yes.
Thank you. So motion passes. I believe that's a 4-1, as I believe I heard Councilmember Flagger as a negative.
That's what I heard. And as substitute motion number 2 passes, we will not take up substitute motion number 1, nor the original main motion. So moving right along, we now have 3 public hearings coming up. The first one, item number 8, is ultimately a resolution to approve the sewer service charges for fiscal years 22-23 with a finding that the resolution is exempt from CEQA. Do we have a staff presentation?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Mayor Inander, Vice Mayor Meadows, and members of the City Council. I am Aida Furman, Engineering Services Manager at the City of Los Altos. The item before you tonight is in regards to the fiscal year 22-23 sewer service charges. Council is required to conduct a public hearing on the report of the sewer charges and following that public hearing, adopt a resolution approving the report of sewer service charges and directing the filing of charges for the collection by the county tax collector. In 2018, Council approved a rate structure for the next 5 years, including a 3% increase for fiscal year 22-23, which is included in this report. This report represents the 5th year of the rate structure. The rate study and tax roll have been available for public viewing for the past 30 days at City Hall, and notices were mailed citywide on April 28. Additionally, notices of the public hearing and report were published in the Town Crier on May 11 and May 18th. The city uses a hybrid model when establishing sewer charges, which includes a base fee and a variable fee based on water usage. Water usage is calculated by applying the average water use during the 3 rainiest months of the year and applying that to the full year. The 3 wettest months of 2021 that were used were February, March, and December. The city will receive approximately 50% of the revenue from the base charge and 50% from water usage. The overall tax levied increased by 6.38%. A potential reason for the increase in water consumption was due to the pandemic, people working hybrid schedules and working from home. Water usage increased by 8.29% in the calendar year 2021. There's no staff recommendation at this time to defer from the 5-year rate study conducted in 2018. The average charge for a single family residence for fiscal year 21-22 was $594, and the average charge for a single family residence for fiscal year 22-23 is $640.53. Again, tonight, Council is required to conduct a public hearing on the report of the sewer charges, and following the public hearing, adopt a resolution approving the report of the sewer charges and directing the filing of charges for collection by the county tax collector. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Furman, and congratulations on your new position. It's always a pleasure to have you here, and especially now knowing you have a bigger job for our city. Thank you so much. Are there any questions from staff to Ms. Furman? Pardon me. Any questions from council? Seeing none, we will open for public comment. Again, this is a public hearing with respect to setting the sewer service charges for FY 22-23. City Clerk, do we have any members of the public wishing to speak on this item?
Members of the public, if you'd like to speak on this item, please indicate so by raising your hand. Madam Mayor, I see no members of the public with their hands raised.
Okay, then I will close public comment on this matter, bring it back to council. Councilmember Weinberg, I think you were first up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to make a motion. I move that the council approve resolution number 2022-blank, which is attached to, which is in the packet for today's meeting as an attachment, but it's covered up, but it's to this agenda item, and it is entitled, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos approving the report of sewer service charges for fiscal year 2022/23 and directing the filing of charges for collection by the county tax collector.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Flagger.
I'll second the motion.
Yay. City Clerk, please call the vote.
Yes, if you agree so with the motion on the floor, please indicate so by saying aye. Councilmember Lee Ang.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Flagger.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Meadows.
Aye.
Thank you. Mayor Enander.
Yes,
Motion passes unanimously.
that may be the fastest public hearing we've ever had.
Yay.
Thank you all. We'll move to the next item, item number 9, which is to review the final adjustments to the FY 21-22 budget. Our goal tonight is to determine if we accept the changes noted by staff and or to make any further changes. Tonight, what I would like to do is take motions on any significant changes that have been highlighted in the staff report, followed by a motion to direct staff to bring a final resolution back on June 28th. That incorporates all of the approved changes to the budget. So we won't have a resolution per se tonight, but we will have a final motion that's direction to staff so that this comes back with a reso on June 28th. So that's just to make everything clear if possible. Do we have a staff presentation?
Yes, we do.
Thank you, Mr. Furtado. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Yolanda, Vice Mayor Meadows, and council members. John Furtado, Finance Director for the record. Today we are going to discuss 3 items that affect the FY22 or the current fiscal year that we are operating under. We will cover additional budget needs and items discovered post-mid-year. We were able to deep dive further into historical data and discovered several errors as listed on the staff report. I will go over some of them on the coming slides. So as you know, we completed and adopted the mid-year budget on April 12th. Since then, we noticed that our legal bills are coming in higher than anticipated. This is partly due to the settlement of one case that is public information. More details in the following slides. At the same meeting on April 12th, the theater working group received council approval for $38,000 for their feasibility study. This requires a public hearing for approval and is therefore included in this report. And finally, we will go over the reconciliation items for the enterprise funds that I will present on their individual slides. All these items were discussed with the subcommittee of the Financial Commission, who agreed to the proposals. The full Financial Commission reviewed the report presented on May 16th and voted to unanimously forward the report to City Council for approval and adoption. So on the legal fees or the litigation budget, what we noticed was that by the end of March, we had hit the 2.5 million budget that was for this purpose. So we had discussions with the city attorney and we looked at current litigation and potential outstanding payments to outside attorneys and consultants. And we also tried to project what we anticipate to pay before the end of the close of the year. And all that summed up to around $1 million more that would be required in the current fiscal year. So the ask here is to increase the budget by $1 million. So what does that do? If we are to increase the legal expenses, where does the money come from? We would need to tap into our operating reserve. Now, what does that do to our operating reserve? At mid-year, we had increased the operating reserve to approximately 18%. This action will take away $1 million, leaving it at 7.6, which would be closer to 16% of FY23 expenses. One of the items that the Financial Commission requested staff to work on was by FY 2023 to try and achieve the goal of 20% in an operating reserve. So these actions would mean that in FY 23, we would need to have around $2 million to achieve that. So looking at, as we stated earlier, we received council direction to provide $38,000 in funding to the new theater working group to participate in the feasibility study for a new live theater located in downtown Los Altos. this slide shows that our adjusted fund balances, which are still robust at 8.7 million after accounting for this payment. And finally, on the enterprise funds, we discovered several errors. Each of these will be explained in detail in the coming slides. The potential of undercharging the sewer and solid waste for personnel costs, the lack of adjusting for CPI, and the non-funding of the general liability insurance. These items will increase some of the charges that we will be incurring onto the enterprise funds. But this is not going to increase overall sewer rates because all these increases were actually factored in the Prop 218 rate study. And in the previous public session, we just heard Aida confirm that the rates are increasing by 3%. So everything was factored. There's no increase in rates. So looking at the first item, when we looked at the historical data, we looked at FY 2021, for example, where we had a budget of 1.4 million of allocated resources for our sewer maintenance workers that was being budgeted to the sewer and solid waste funds, but we only ended up charging 857,000. So we looked at why were the charges lower? Did we not provide the service? But we confirmed that the services to the sewer funds were provided by the maintenance workers. What actually happened was certain maintenance workers that were dedicated to the enterprise funds had retired or resigned from the city, and they were replaced by other maintenance workers from the general fund who did parks or streets or other activities, but they continued to charge the general fund. So part of the enterprise funds is ratepayers should be paying for the cost and not taxpayers. So we are recommending that this 544 undercharged expenses be recouped from the enterprise funds to the general fund. Then on the second slide here, what you will see is that we charge a 918,000 administrative fee to the solid waste and sewer fund in the proportion that's shown on the slide, approximately 90 and 10%. These charges were set in 2012, and since then they were never adjusted. While our Prop 218 study and every other projected study, our internal costs went up exponentially over that period. So we are trying to show here that the costs today are 25.9 or 27.7% higher than what they were in 2012 when these rates were set. And we are recommending that the CPI factor be applied at least to the current year and the last fiscal year to recover these costs from the sewer fund, because we can't go too far behind other than these 2 years on accounting reasons. So if we have to approve these actions, we just saw that we took away $1 million from our operating reserve, bringing it down to 7.6 million. The total recapture from the enterprise funds would be $1,108,000. And that would bring back our operating reserve up to around 18.5%. And to reach a 20% in our FY23 budget, it would need a lower contribution of 894,000 rather than a 2 million contribution. The other factor that we also noticed when we went back and looked at historical records, the sewer fund and the solid waste funds used to contribute to the general liability insurance. These costs were budgeted right up to the 2018-19 year, and then they got dropped along the way. I'm not sure as to the reasons why they were dropped, but I actually had a conversation with the risk manager, and we went over data on claim history. And we did find that we do pay out 15 to 20% of all claims on the sewer and solid waste fund. Examples are like sewer wastewater backing into somebody's property and then they're filing a claim. So we determined that a 15% and a 5% contribution to our approximately $1 million of general liability is fair. And we are proposing to recapture those costs as well. And by doing that, our general liability costs have gone up over 100% in the last 3 years. When these costs were initially set, we were contributing around 500 to 600,000 to the general liability. Today, our costs are around 1.2 million or so in annual payments. Part of the rise is increased payouts from other cities. We are part of a JPIA, as well as increase in cybersecurity costs. So if we did not have to take this action, which is rightfully correct, the general fund would have to be contributing an additional 400,000 to keep this fund in positive rather than going into a negative fund balance. So the conclusion and recommendations here are for council to provide feedback and approve and adopt the proposed changes. I believe the mayor would like us to bring back these in a reso if they pass today, and we could have a discussion. And with that, I'm open to any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Furtado. Are there any questions? Questions only, not discussion, but questions for Mr. Furtado. I don't see any. I want to thank council for the insightful questions that came forward ahead of time. Makes things go a little faster. Whoops, I spoke too soon. Councilmember Flagger, excuse me, Councilmember Weinberg and Councilmember Lee Eng. I'm not sure which of you raised your hand first. They kind of both magically appeared.
Councilmember Weinberg raised his hand first.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to put on the record so the public knows, staff spent considerable time with all five of them. At least the city manager and Director Furtado spent quite a lot of time with me, and it's my understanding that they spent time with the other, with my colleagues as well. And I had a lot of questions, which were all answered very, very well. But I just want to let the public know that the reason there may not be a lot of questions coming from council tonight is that we've already met with staff and seen this presentation and walked through it. And I think had a lot of things streamlined so that the presentation that was given tonight, while extremely useful, and I'm thankful we had it, could be as accurate and streamlined for the public, really as much as for the council.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Lee Eng.
Thank you, Mr. Furtado. You have done a wonderful job in the details on the budget. But there are still some things that I do have questions about. And thank you for answering all my questions. The outstanding questions I think does not stand out for me, or I'd like to better understand, is the transparency of how much we contribute to our nonprofits. I know they all do wonderful things for the community, but I just need the public as well as council to better understand, is it, I mean, because when you look at the budget, you really, these things don't come out. And can we do a better job in highlighting some of the things that we do in the budget so people can really understand what monies are being contributed?
We will be seeing that Councilmember Liang in our FY23 presentation. We have a slide related to specifically what we are contributing to nonprofits.
I understand it'll be coming out in the 23 budget, but we've already as well allocated some in this budget. So going for city manager.
Yeah, I think to add to that, Councilmember Liang, one of the things that Director Furtado pointed out to me is that when we fund nonprofits in our budget, sometimes we combine line items together and don't make them descriptive in a way that maybe the public will be able to search for them. And then we also budget them in different places. So sometimes we'll have a community services group budget in police operations and sometimes in personnel services. So moving forward in the 23-24 budget, we would be happy to bring them all together and list them by name. So anyone could simply just, type the name in and find it.
Thank you so much. My other question I would have is that the art budget that I think this is the 22-23 budget. I'm sorry, I got the header wrong. I can ask that as we
Okay.
discuss.
Did you have anything else for the 21-22 budget?
I think that was applicable for both, applicable for 21-22 and 22-23. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Seeing no other hands, we will go to public comment in the public hearing on the 21-22 fiscal year budget. City Clerk, do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this matter?
Madam Mayor, I see one member of the public with their hand raised. If you'd like to speak on this item, please indicate so by raising your hand. So we may take a full count.
Okay, with the long agenda we have tonight, I'd like to ask our speakers to limit themselves to 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Our only speaker at this item appears to be a speaker by the name of Roberta. Roberta, are you there?
Hi, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you, yes.
Okay. So I also want to thank Mr. Furtado for really digging into this and our city manager. I do have concerns, and I don't know if this is the appropriate time to talk or if you're going to ask for public comments later on the $38,000 for the theater. We're talking about, a shortage of millions of dollars and our reserves being at 16%. And it's like me saying, well, I really want to be able to flush my toilet, but instead I'm going to go out and buy a new dress and go out for dinner and go to a theater. It just doesn't make common sense to me. Also, I've heard that the Chamber of Commerce has asked for $60,000 with no explanation of what the money would be spent on and no policy for accountability. And I get very concerned about that because there are really good groups in town that do wonderful things, but deciding who does the more wonderful thing or who's more worthy is really, really difficult. And I just think that we should focus on the basics of paying our staff, providing for the police, doing our sewers, paving our roads. And if somebody wants to build a theater, they said that they would pay for it. And then it was promised by council, and now they're turning around and saying, no, give us money. And I think that's really unfair when we count on council. They say it's going to be paid for by the working theater group, and then it changes. So that's my comment. Thank you very much for really all the work that staff did on this, and city manager, Mr. Furtado.
Thank you very much. And with that, I'm going to, whoops, I see a second hand. City Clerk, I think we have one more speaker.
You are correct, Madam Mayor. Our second speaker, Ms. Janine Valadez. Ms. Valadez, are you there?
Hi, I'm sorry. I just had to speak. Park Commissioner, speaking as a private resident. I believe going over this budget today or tonight, it's an exercise in, making sure that we are correcting errors in our budget, in identifying where line items go, making sure we understand that all of our balances are correct, and then reflecting whatever decisions the council has made to date. I would not be in favor of using this exercise to decide if any particular expenditure is appropriate or not. However, it doesn't mean that I would not favor that from a policy standpoint separately, that the council might consider coming up with criteria by which they might choose to, and I'll just use the word because it's very easy for the public to understand, to do grants for community service endeavors, whether they fall in under, public health, whether they fall under public safety, where they fall under entertainment and life, whether they fall under a myriad of categories. I just don't think that this particular exercise is where we should make any judgments about any particular line item. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And
I see nobody else with their hands raised.
all right, then I'm going to close comments on this public hearing, bring it back to council. And what I would like to do is take 3 separate discussions and 3 separate motions in the following way. One on the legal fees, one on the theater, because as city manager pointed out during the opening, Mr. Furtado did, the prior action that council took actually was direction to staff, but to actually change the budget needs to be done as a part of this public hearing process. With due respect to what our last speaker just said, this is just a procedural thing, the way we would have to do it. And then the third would be on all the rest of the adjustments as presented by staff. And then following those 3 motions, take an overall motion with direction to staff. So that being the case, can we start with the legal fees? Does anyone want to say anything about the legal fees? Otherwise, I would take a motion to accept the staff's proposed amendment to the budget regarding legal fees. Councilmember Flagger, I think I saw your hand go up.
Yes, you did, Mayor. And I am prepared to make the motions. I have no discussion points. And so I'm ready if no one has any discussion points they want to raise.
Okay, so do you want to make a motion on the legal fees? Get us started?
Happy to. I move that we increase the budget for legal fees by $1 million to pay for expected legal fees that were incurred during the current fiscal year 22.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Vice Mayor seconds. City Clerk, would you please call roll?
Yes, if you agree with the motion on the floor, please indicate so by saying aye. Councilmember Flagger,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Ang,
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Meadows,
Aye.
Mayor Enander.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously to raise the legal budget by $1 million.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Flagger.
And I'm ready to make the motion on the theater as well if no one has any discussion points.
Go ahead
And I'll put the motion on the floor and then we'll go from there.
Yep.
I move that we allocate $38,000 from the city's park and lieu funds to the Los Altos Stage Company in order to partially fund a feasibility study for a new live theater located in downtown Los Altos.
Thank you. Is there a second? Vice Mayor seems to be seconding this. I think she beat you, Councilmember Weinberg.
Well, I think he beat me because I heard.
He beat you?
Yeah.
It's hard to say. The mouth and the hand went kind of at the same time. So do you wish to defer it to Councilmember Weinberg? I'm happy to ask the city clerk to make that change. Thank you. We'll say the second is from Councilmember Weinberg. Councilmember Lee Ng, you have a comment?
Yeah, I guess I would have some questions before we can act on this first, because I understand that if we were going to utilize that land, we have some laws that would bind us to utilize that land for housing or to meet our priorities in that area. So I guess I would like some clarification on that matter, if at all possible.
Gabe, do you want me to?
Sure, go ahead, City Attorney.
Well, this is just funding for the feasibility study for a potential park and rec theater facility. if and when the theater facility was going forward, we would look to see how it would be structured. And I believe you're talking about the SLA or Surplus Lands Act. We would look at Surplus Lands Act and we would follow that law if it applies to whatever how the project would be structured. But that's way down the road, and so we don't need to be concerned about SLA at this point.
I guess to me, Mayor, if you don't mind me commenting, or?
No, please, comments, and then we will vote on the motion. And
Okay.
realizing that we have discussed this matter previously.
I know, it just seems like it's the cart before the horse, and if, to me, it would be better to understand the Surplus Land Act first, because then are we properly utilizing public funds in the right way? If it's not, if Surplus Land Act is going to hinder how we move forward on this, and then I don't think it would be the right use of public funds. And so that was my comment.
I can just give some more information about that. The Surplus Lands Act, we wouldn't be able to enter into negotiations or go forward. We could enter into maybe we can enter into feasibility studies and that's allowed. I could get you that section under the new revised Surplus Lands Act, but a local agency going through a feasibility study will not trigger this Surplus Lands Act. It's when you start the negotiations or when you have a project that you believe you want to do, then you're going to have to give out notice to all of those agencies. But feasibility studies does not trigger it.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, Councilman.
I just feel it goes against our concerns or priorities on how we're going to meet the quotas of our housing element. So, and then with the Surplus Land Act and limited for how we would like to utilize our public lands without much input from the public. It is very troubling for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I've also previously expressed my reservations for any expenditure that is not absolutely essential for basic services and staff and our own facilities. So it is my intention to vote no. City Clerk, would you please call roll?
Yes, if you agree with the motion to allocate $38K to these for a feasibility study, please indicate so by saying aye. Councilmember Fliger.
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Ang.
No.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Meadows.
Aye.
Mayor Enander.
No.
Motion passes 3-2.
Councilmember Flagger, you ready to take on number 3?
I wasn't. I just had a quick question
Sure.
for Mr. England. Actually, based on something you said about the city facilities, isn't the Bus Barn Theater a city-owned facility?
I believe that's correct, Councilmember.
Yes,
Fleck.
it is.
Thank you. I just wanted to clear that for the record. Thank you. And I am not ready. I have to find my notes. I'm not ready to make that third motion. So if someone else wants to do that, please go ahead, Mayor.
Okay. Anyone else? Vice Mayor?
All right. I'll move that we accept the FY 21-22 final reconciliation and corrections as presented by staff.
Thank you. And do I have a second? Councilmember Weinberg?
Second.
Thank you. City Clerk?
If you agree with the motion, please indicate so by saying aye. Councilmember Fliger.
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Ang.
Just to clarify, we're only talking about 21-22, correct?
Correct.
Okay, yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Meadows,
Yes.
Mayor Enander.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, and I'll take the overall motion. I move that we direct staff to return on the next regular council meeting, June 28th, with a final resolution incorporating all of the changes as directed tonight, together with any other minor changes or corrections identified with staff for the fiscal 21-22 budget. And I have two hands up. I'm not sure which of you was first. Councilmember Liang, you haven't had a turn yet.
Okay. If we return, there are things that came up in this budget that really stood out for me. And as things returned, I noticed how much money we had that was being allocated for our art budget. And I would like to question some of these things. So when it comes back, if either we could get.
We will not have another hearing on this matter. So if you have questions about any other element of the 21-22 budget, and please be sure you are looking at the 21-22 budget, not the 22-23 budget.
Okay. No. With the changes, I guess that with the clarification from the city manager, that's fine. He will be bringing some things back, but then in the end, I'll be asking for some sort of policy, and I'll bring it up at future agenda items that will address.
Thank you for bringing up anything at future agenda items. So do you wish to second the motion?
I'll be glad to second the motion.
Thank you very much. City Clerk?
Yes, I believe the move was by you, Madam Mayor, and seconded by Councilmember Liang. And if you agree, please indicate so by saying aye. Councilmember Flagger,
Yes.
Councilmember Liang,
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Meadows,
Yes.
Mayor Enander.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously to bring all this back as a resolution.
Hooray. Thank you so much. And I want to echo what Councilmember Weinberg said. The amount of what I can only describe as forensic accounting that the staff has managed to accomplish is stunning, not only in the work that was done, but the issues that were found and that have been resolved. And I commend the city manager, Mr. Furtado, and all of his staff. And I also want to acknowledge that this has been a strain, not just on the financial staff, but on the entire staff, because I know that many of our department heads and other managers have been questioned as to what is this and how did that happen and all those kinds of things. This has been a wide effort that I know has been incredibly onerous, but is of unmeasurable benefit to our city. So thank you much. Moving on to item 10, which is to review the proposed changes to the FY 22-23 budget. And for the purposes of the public understanding terminology here, we only a year ago passed a 2-year budget. We have a 2-year budget cycle. So at what we call the midterm, and I know that sounds funny, but the midterm is at the completion of the first year of that 2-year cycle and looking at the second year. So what we're looking at now is the second year in that 2-year cycle. So we call this the midterm budget review. And our action tonight potentially is to approve 3 resolutions provided in the staff report, and then to give direction to staff to return again on June 28th with the resolution for final action approving the budget. Can we begin, please, with staff presentation?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you. I will start this one and then turn it over to the finance director. And I just have to say 2 budgets on one night. This has to be the highlight of everyone's year. It's amazing. I'm so excited. I won't tell everyone which way heads are shaking right now. So I will start. Let me share my screen. All right. And then brief introduction, then I'll turn it over, like I said, to the finance director. So I thought the best way to start this would be to go back to everything we've accomplished since the council retreat. So a lot of my slides you'll see in the upper right-hand corner from the council retreat. I did not reinvent the wheel. I simply pasted the slide in the new PowerPoint. But I wanted to remind council and the public of what we did at that retreat. We spent a lot of time talking about this is a process, not an event. This has become something that I've said, I think 3 or 4 times a day since I've been here to remind staff, to remind council that what we just adopted in the mid-year, the changes, what we're hoping to adopt tonight in the midterm is really setting the foundations, the transition for where we want to go. I come back to what the vice mayor said frequently at the council retreat, where she said it's like a house. There's good bones, there's a good foundation to it, and we need to start making sure we're taking care of it. And that's where we're at today. So I'm sure everyone on council remembers this slide. I believe at the retreat, I used the term government magic, where we turned $2.3 million into $740,000 in our benefits fund by drawing down on the internal service funds as opposed to funding for known expenditures. We did the same thing in the equipment replacement fund. We had $400,000 in fund balance, and the adopted budget had $1.3 million in obligations or expenditures, which would have completed, that would have taken us to negative $900,000. And this one, I think, got the most airplay when people saw the 5-year CIP deficit, though I was trying to focus on the current unfunded obligations of the $2 million. Through the work of council, we turned the $2 million deficit at mid-year into what you'll see in the proposed budget is actually a $280,000 capital surplus in this year's budget. And we'll talk about that more in a minute. So Cliff Notes, I always like finding out what kind of students people were. A lot of times they don't know what Cliff Notes were, and I recognized they were a different type of student than I was. However, council took, this is not a comprehensive list, council took a number of actions, including not mentioned here, starting to fund by project in parks, for example. We had showed a slide where we were down to only funding 15% of our infrastructure need in parks. And you'll see that the CIP before you tonight starts for the first time to line out equipment replacement by year, by park, by age, so we can begin to properly maintain everything. So our financial software that we have in place today doesn't really allow us to do a complete zero-based budget. It doesn't have the ability. So we end up a lot of time working on Excel sheets. But what we were able to do with the functionality it has is complete a zero base for the capital budget, the CIP budget. And I'm going to show you some of the things we found in a minute. But I want to explain for people who don't know what zero-based budgeting is. Sometimes it gets a negative connotation. They say it's about lowering or reducing the budget. And that's not how we use it here. We try and find places that might be over-resourced and put them in balance with other areas in the organization. Because sometimes in government, right, it's like a ladder. You got one rung, so the next year you get 2, the next year you get 3. Zero-based budget is just a way for us to review before we allow that rung to go on the ladder. So what we found is there was, in the capital budget, there were 3 ways that we were kind of budgeting that were harmful. The first one is we would have a project but no implementation. And we used, as an example, First Street Streetscape in 2016-17, we budgeted $268,000. Flash forward 5 fiscal years, we've spent $7,000 of that and not gotten any closer to completing a First Street Streetscape design. But we carried the funds forward every year. So when council's having discussions about what should we fund, where are the funds going to come from, items like this would have been a big pot of money that if council didn't want to complete it, that we could have released those funds back instead of carrying them forward each year. The second thing we see a lot of is we have funds, but no projects. So kind of the reverse of that. And this is what we talked about in park improvements. In 2021, we budgeted $334,000, and 21-22, $750,000 over the course of those 2 years in the budget. Now, this isn't what actually happened because council's made changes now. But before that, we had only expended $14,000. So when we talk about things like Grant Park, needing to fix the wiring, or needing to make sure that we can have HVAC, needing to make sure we can have hot water. We had over $1 million allocated in the budget with no project that it was assigned to. The third thing we found was the mixture of them both. So we will continuously fund a project with no implementation. The example we use here is ADA facilities, where we'd put $75,000 in every year. There was a $400,000 fund balance available. But it's not that we weren't taking care of ADA. So if you go around town, you'll see there's new curb cuts, new crossings, there's new entrances of city buildings. Lots of things have been made better in compliance with ADA. So what we were doing was actually budgeting with no project or implementation, and then we were still completing the projects, but charging them to another fund. So this truly became an area where we had funds available should we have decided to reuse them. So we go through the 21, 22, 22, 23 cleanup, and these are things that our finance director is going to talk about, but we started with $2.6 million in ongoing costs that were unbudgeted. So as we went through this process, it was people that were here receiving paychecks that weren't budgeted. It was expenditures that were budgeted, I'm sorry, or weren't budgeted, but were happening. Well, I messed that up a little bit. When you combine that with some of the other errors that we just recovered, before we could start getting to how to balance the budget, we had to dig ourselves out of a $2.6 million hole for things that were happening and were never included in the budget. So you're going to see this slide from our finance director in a moment. He's going to break it down, but I really want to focus just right now on the first 3 bullet points on the right. I'm going to let him explain the summary, and I'll do that on the next slide here. So when we say we're a budget in transition, in this budget is $3.6 million in revenue from ARPA. We received about the same funding last year, maybe a little bit more. So right now, we don't have the ability to stand on our own as a sustainable city without these ARPA funds. They're balancing the budget. They're getting us to where we need to be. So we're suggesting we establish a COVID stabilization reserve. If everything works out exactly as it's planned, we won't have to dip into it. If things change, we will. But the idea is to really build a bridge to the next budget year where we're going to have to make up funds, because as I said, without the ARPA revenue, we wouldn't be balanced. So as we sit here today, this budget is good, but we right now have what's known as a structural deficit in the next budget year of $1.1 million. And we have a CIP shortfall in the next budget year of $6.5 million. So we have to go through the same process. And that's why I'm reminding council and staff and the public as much as I can that it's a process, it's not an event. So even though we have a budget that's transitional, that corrects errors, that takes care of omissions, that starts to set up how we plan and how we move forward, we're going to have to go through the same act next year until we get the up above the foundation, and until we get a little bit more sustainable. So with that, I think had I known I was going to use this slide so much, I would have picked one that made a little more sense. At the time, I was like, it's a one and done thing, so this is fine. But council's gonna see this a lot in our budget presentations as we move forward. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the finance director, and he is going to go into the numbers for everyone.
Thank you, Mr. England. Before I start off this presentation, I would like to thank all the directors and staff for engaging in this exercise with us. We really made everybody scrub their budgets hard. Thanks to Mr. England for providing direction, feedback, and dedicating countless hours of his busy schedule to get us to this point. Thanks also to June, our finance manager, and the finance team who are working tirelessly to not only repair bad data, but implement many changes as we bring operations up to speed. So the original budget, as the mayor just said, was adopted in June of 2021. That's probably 16 or 17 months old. In April, we did a midterm budget, which was adjusting our FY22 numbers. So similarly, we are at the mid-cycle or midterm of the two-year budget cycle. And again, we are going to be updating it with the most latest information that we have and adopt it before June 30th. As we developed this budget, we had a large number of needs and requests that were brought to us by departments. With the understanding that we have limited resources, we did our best to accommodate as much as we could. We also looked at this in a new lens in terms of a new director, new city manager, reviewing a budget that was adopted by prior management. We looked at the general revenues. We looked at what we felt were the new numbers that would really make more sense and increase revenues, etc., as I will show in the presentation. And also we presented and worked very closely with the subcommittee of the Financial Commission, which was Commissioners Gary Callback and Commissioner Richmond. We sat with them a number of times, the last time on May 10th, and took in their considerations and suggestions, and then presented this to the full Financial Commission on May 16th. They voted unanimously to, after a long discussion, to have Council adopt the changes as we proposed. So looking at the revenues, and this is only the change in revenues, we looked into our sales tax. We worked with the consultant HDL, and they provide us some of the forecasts related to sales tax and property tax. We are proposing an increase in sales tax of around 400,000 and 2.4 million on property taxes. And that's in line with what we also propose in our FY22 budget. Both years, the original budgets were a little underinflated and property prices have also increased. So these numbers really make sense and we think they're going to be achieved easily. On the other taxes category, we are proposing around 50,000 of an increase, a little bit on the documentary transfer tax of 20,000 and around 30,000 in business license tax. We have been collecting a lot of delinquent business licenses. We're implementing a new business license system that's also going to be intelligent to tell us which people are operating within the city and are not licensed. So that's all expected to increase our revenues on that front. On the transient occupancy tax, we are proposing an increase of 300,000. Part of our rationale is in 2022, we budgeted around $1 million. By March or April, we were exceeding 900,000. So we see a recovery in that sector. So our budget that was for 23 originally at 1.3 million is being proposed to be increased at 1.6 million, which is still, however, almost 50% lower than the peak of 3 million that we had pre-COVID. And then interest income, we are proposing a 50,000 increase. That's in line with rising interest rates and should be easily achieved as well. And then on the departmental revenue side, one of the biggest contributors is development services. So we sat down with them and looked into what's in the pipeline in engineering, permitting, as well as planning permitting. And we feel comfortable to increase the budget by 400,000 there. So in total, our proposed budget is calling for 3.6 million in more revenue than the original budget adopted in 2021. And then I like to show this slide. This graph breaks down our general fund revenue by major classes. And you can see even with the 3-year comparison, property taxes continues to dominate our budget at almost 60%. On to the expenses side, on this table, the table projects the departmental-wise breakdown. The expense budget accounts for current level of service and has accounted for some cost increases in professional services in line with inflation. However, I would like to make a note here that one of the major reductions that we made was in the litigation budget by 25%. After having settled a case and looking at future litigation, we feel comfortable in reducing that budget from 2.5 to 1.9 by 600,000. The budget also accounts for the compensation philosophy that Council recently adopted. The net change to the original budget for FY23 that was adopted in June is 510,000. And just for the public and for the council members, I'll run through the different years here. So in FY21, which is the actuals that we closed and audited numbers, we had an expense total of 40.87 million. Come to FY22, after the increase in appropriations that we just talked about in the previous presentation, we are anticipating expenses to end up at 46.38 million. In June of 2021, when the two-year budget was adopted, we had proposed a 48.67 million operating budget. And today we are proposing to increase that to 49.18, which is a 510,000 increase. Looking at what we had to consider in our budget, we took nonprofit support into consideration. Some of these were budgeted annually. So we have CHECK that has a JPA with the city. The funding increased by 5,000 from 44,000 to 49,000 this year. The History Museum here is owned by the city, the History House, and we have an agreement to contribute 65,000 to them. And these are items that are already in the budget, which are included in that 510 increase that we are talking about. And then on other items, the Women's SV is a regularly funded item by the police budget. And a new item in this budget is the Chamber of Commerce. They received funding from ARPA last year and have requested continuous support. So the proposal in this budget is to fund them for 60,000. And then we also received requests that are not currently in the budget. We received a request for council's consideration for the Community Services Agency for 50,000. While all of these are within the approval authority of the city manager or staff, absent a defined policy, the current practice has been to present this request to council for consideration. And then moving on to prior budget errors. So when we increased the budget by 510,000, as the city manager said in his presentation, we actually started in a deeper hole. We had to correct certain issues in the original budget. Some of them that I will touch upon are listed here. So for example, in the 22 budget, we had a finance manager position that was frozen, and the equivalent dollars were used to cover professional services to hire an outside firm. And then as we moved into 23, the budget just dropped off the professional services, but did not reaccount for the finance manager being here. So that caused a $240,000 hole. Also, when the original budget was adopted, 6 positions were frozen. And one of those positions frozen was for a permit tech. However, the permit tech was already here and working, and that position should not have been frozen in the first place. A part-time IT technician, we have a part-time IT technician that costs us approximately 90,000. The person has been here for the last 4 years, but the dollars were never in the budget. So a lot of these items just evened out and didn't really cause an overrun on expenses because of the higher vacancy savings that we've had, or vacant positions in the city in the last few years. Otherwise, we would have run over budget. And then when council approved a $5 million transfer to CalPERS, we made that payment, and we were anticipating to have a $360,000 salary saving or UAL saving every year. But when we ran the numbers of, we were only finding a 220,000 credit. So we looked deeper into the original budget, and we noticed that when these 6 positions were frozen, the 140,000 of related UAL to these positions was also taken out of the budget, but it should not have been. And then, as the city manager said, we also had a lot of corrections to things that were not funded, like we had not funded our workers' compensation fund to the level we should have. Our general liability fund was not funded enough. A dental fund was not funded enough. So we had to do a lot of those corrections as well. Then just looking at our general fund expenses, just a visual representation of how our general fund dollars are spent. Just 47% of all expenses are related to public safety, which is not just police. It also includes our fire contract with the county. I just wanted to point that out. Then looking at the summary, in FY21, and those are actuals which were audited, as you know, in our presentation, we ended up with a 1.21 surplus that we turned around to use for the CIP. In our FY22 final budget, we are proposing to have a 1 million or so surplus. That is what we are going to be contributing to lift our operating reserve up to that 18% or so. In our FY23 original budget, it was a balanced budget with no projected deficit or surplus. What we are proposing today is going to increase revenues by 3.6 million, increase expenses by 510,000, yielding us around 3.1 million. At the same time, we are also going to be reducing the number of transfers out, or rather increasing the transfers out by close to 600,000. And I will be showing what those are in a future slide. So what that does is it leaves us with a surplus of 2.53 million or available resources. So the proposed uses for those are the very first one, which is a high priority for the commission as well as the council, is to top up our operating reserve to 20%. 894,000 of this 2.5 million will get us there. We are also proposing to have a city manager contingency reserve for 250. One of the rationale of this is we scrubbed a lot of the budgets with the departments and with department directors. We asked them to give up a lot of budget that they held for contingencies or in case an event had to happen. And we told them that, in an unfortunate event of, let's say, a tree falling on a roof that needed repair, you would not have to find that money in your operating budget if you don't have it. You could come to the city manager with your case. We could tap into this 250,000 that would be under the city manager's authority, and then he would report that to council. So that helped us free up a lot of loose money that was in budgets that were kept for contingencies. And then finally, we are still in uncertain times. We are increasing, for example, TOT and other things that may turn sideways if COVID keeps continuing to go higher. So there's a lot of uncertainty, as well as the city manager said, this is a transitional budget. So we would be left with 1.38 million after the first 2 actions. Our current proposal is to leave it as a COVID stabilization reserve and unassigned, so that with the hopes that we don't touch it, or we have even a higher number that we can then use towards our FY24 CIP, which is projected to be around 6 million plus, or to the structural deficit of 1.1 million that we see in our 24 and 25 budgets. Looking at the proposed transfers, here, what we had to really account for was another $20,000 to the dental fund, $860,000 to our workers' compensation fund, which was not originally funded to the correct level. Similarly, our general liability fund was not funded. It was funded by around $500,000. Our expenses are $1 million plus, so we're proposing a $600,000 there. And then we recently had our staff retreat, and one of the biggest things that came out from that meeting was a lot of our staff complained about the equipment that they use, the small tools that they use, about chairs and tables that were not in good condition. So in order for them to feel that they have been heard, we talked about this internally at the executive team, and we felt that it would be prudent to address those low-hanging fruit, make staff feel more comfortable with the things that they need to perform their job well. And so we are proposing a $300,000 increase to the equipment replacement fund to fund those. And then on the CIP fund, and I will get into a lot more detail on the CIP separately, overall, we just need an additional $100,000 contribution in the FY23 budget to be fully funded. And the final item here for Council's consideration in the transfers is the Financial Commission felt that we should continuously try to do our best to pay down the CalPERS UAL, because that gives us the biggest bang for our buck. Every dollar we pay into it, we get a 6.8% return immediately. So the proposal in this budget is to fund that UAL by $1 million. The transfers in remain the same. There's not changed from the original projection. Looking at the citywide full-time FTEs, this is to show what the original budget had. We actually, as the city manager said, the original budget on paper had 143 FTEs, but in reality, we had positions like the permit tech that were unfunded but actually being paid. So we also made changes to the personnel and to positions. We moved people around departments. As you know, we'll also be creating a new department that's coming up in the FY23 budget. So these changes were made to meet organizational needs. Some of the additions we made, like for example, if you look at recreation, it looks like we increased 2 staff, but what we actually did was we had hourly staff that were working 38 hours a week, and they were not shown on the budget or on the count because they did not count as full-time employees. So we moved a couple of those to full-time. We also changed some classifications for people and a lot of these changes are listed in, and the movements are listed in the staff report in attachment number 4. And then going back to the general fund operating reserve, as we projected in FY22 to end up at 8.7 million, which was 18.1%, this budget proposes 895,000 contribution. This would take our operating reserve to 9.6 million over a projected expenditure of 48.2, which takes us to our desired goal of 20%. Moving on to the CIP, this is our 5-year CIP, which is around 75.79 million across all funds. Why I presented this is to show that a significant source of the CIP comes from the general fund contributions. And also note that the general fund contributions include our contributions to the technology and equipment replacement funds. So in FY23, of all the projected expenditures, almost 45% are from the general fund, which is the 5.1 million. Looking at the CIP portions for FY23 and before. So we adopted a 5-year CIP. However, we're into the second year and we have projects that carried over from prior years. So as you will see on this slide, as we head into the next fiscal year, we are fully funded on the CIP side for the first 2 years of the 5-year CIP. And just that small $100,000 transfer is required from the general fund to account for it to be fully funded. Another thing to touch upon is when we went through the budget, we also had to remove some items, and I will show a few of them in the next slide, and defer some projects based on staffing and based on what can really be achieved internally. So looking at some of the adjustments, this is a sample list of CIPs that were adjusted. As the city manager said in his introduction, we had projects that received continuous planning funding, but no planned activity, like the annual ADA improvements for facilities. We kept funding it, but not using it. So we are proposing to reduce 316,000 from there. On the EOC, we had reduced this project from 3 million to 1.5 million in FY22. As we move the EOC to the community center, we now feel that $1 million is enough, and therefore we've reduced it further by another 500,000. The first streetscape design phase 2 has finally, after 6 years, gone out to bid. We've got an engineer's estimate that's come out at around $350,000. So we need around 88,000 to be added to that project to be fully funded. And a lot of the other changes, which are pretty much a lot, are listed in the staff report. On to the enterprise funds, on the sewer fund, what I would like to state here is a lot of our costs in the sewer fund are driven by Palo Alto and the projects that Palo Alto runs. We discharge a lot of the sewer waste into their system. So we are part of a pool of cities that contribute towards their CIP and their costs. Part of our professional services have increased by 221,000. We've seen significant increases in consultants' fees and a lot of other costs that are continuing to rise. So we've adjusted our budgets accordingly. You would also notice, as we presented in the FY22, we are restoring the general liability contributions of 150,000. We are also applying the CPI factor for 227,000. This budget also accounts for CIP projects of 11 million, which are on not the Palo Alto side, but on the Los Altos side. So we are undertaking $11 million of CIP in the past and the current 2 years. After accounting for all of these, our fund balances are still healthy at 3.3 million on a cash basis. And this also accounts after we have recouped the expenses we showed in the FY22. And we actually do not have to increase appropriations related to these additions in expenses, because when the original budget was adopted, it was adopted with the solid waste budget of 900,000 added to the sewer budget. So that was a clerical error. So we wouldn't really have to have an appropriation increase in this fund. Moving on to the solid waste fund, again, professional services increased by around $62,000. We moved some of the eligible costs for the trash receptacles of 130,000. We worked, council has seen that staff report come through. City attorney felt that these costs were reflective of the solid waste fund, so they are moved there. A contribution to the general liability has been restored by 50,000. The CIP factor has been applied as well, as shown in the previous presentation. And we still project a very healthy fund balance of 5.2 million on a cash basis at the end of FY23. However, in this fund, additional appropriations that would sum to the total of all those items of 372,000 would be required. On to other funds and the changes that we made, because this is a update to a budget. It's not a brand new budget. So the Public Arts Fund, this fund is basically driven by the Public Arts Commission. They made a request that their total needs for the CIP is around 154,000. They listed a few projects, some of which are the purchase of existing artworks for the Midnight Stomp series and T2, and also another 15,000 for Call for Art, and 75,000 for a new commissioning gateway piece. And staff can get into more details if council so desires. This fund also has received over 300,000 in revenue last year, so there are robust balances available in the fund to support those activities. The other fund that got adjusted was the Park in Lieu Fund. The projected fund balances of 7.2 at the end of 23 are projected. What we did on this fund is the eligible debt service, as you saw in the mid-year budget, for the Rosita Park and the community center were moved from the general fund to the Park in Lieu Fund. We, as the city manager said, we eliminated the annual park improvement project and we broke it down into each individual project that we intend to fund over the next 5 years. And we also considered council direction for the Grant Park based on the retreat feedback and allocated $1 million to update that facility's kitchen. And for better transparency in the report, you would see every project that we would undertake in the Park in Lieu Fund would be listed separately. And finally, on to the Gan limit. The current Los Altos Gan limit is at 97%. As you see, the Gan limit sets the limit on how much a city is allowed to spend. It is only related to tax revenues. So if the city collects $10 in tax revenue in 1 year, it can only be adjusted by the CPI factor in each of the years. And there's a growth factor, which is a formula. So technically, we are at 97% on paper. We are not 100% confident on these calculations because it is built on each year. It started in 1980. We are proposing to use a consultant to validate if these amounts are correct. And I just wanted council to be aware that if they were correct, that means we have a 1.5 million room of additional tax revenue that we would be able to collect before we have to start refunding the excess back to the community. And factors that can impact that is if there's a renewed population decline or there's a lower per capita income, those could also trigger a refund. So in conclusion, I would like to stress again that while this budget is balanced and has a contingency surplus, the environment we operate in is still uncertain. COVID has spiked again. The stock market has entered bear territory and may impact our CalPERS costs. Interest rates are set to rise further tomorrow by 75 basis points. Fuel is at its all-time high. These facts, compounded by the end of government stimulus, can significantly affect our costs and abilities of operations. Caution and being frugal is warranted as we navigate these uncertain times. So the recommended actions today for council is to provide feedback, approve and adopt the midterm budget for FY23, we have a few other resolutions to approve the fee schedule as well as to approve the updated pay schedule. And that concludes my presentation, and we would be happy to take questions from council now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Furtado. I again want to applaud everything staff has done and the incredible transparency and thoroughness and detail and length of the staff report, which I know all of us appreciate in addition to the time that both you and the city manager have spent with each of us. My question to council right now is, do you need a quick break before we go on? We normally take a break around 9 o'clock. It's 9:15. Vice Mayor, did you have a comment about that, or did you have wanted to rock into questions?
Well, for the continuity of my own mind, I prefer that we answer our questions on, ask our questions on what we just heard and then go to break, but because I had my hand raised for a question.
Okay, if we can make the questions succinct and Mr. Furtado's answers, hopefully they're also. Thank you. Go ahead.
If that's okay with my colleagues. So
I'm not seeing any objections per se.
All right. Okay, so I really just have one question. And again, thank you for the excellent work and the excellent report and all the time you spent with me and each of us, I'm sure. So regarding the Gan Limit, and thank you for all the caveats and that you're going to explore whether that's even correct. And I appreciate that, because it does seem suspicious. But in the staff report at the bottom of page 17, you talk about the current Gan limit shows that we're 97%, which in effect means we will be unable to raise more taxes via a bond measure. And yet I believe in the Q&A to council, you actually said the opposite of that would be excluded. So can you please explain the apparent inconsistency between those two statements?
Correct. So a general tax with no specific purpose would fall under that limit, but we had further clarifications with other people involved in this calculation. And if it's a specific purpose, voter approved measure, then that would bypass this requirement of the Gan limit. So, for example, if we were to raise debt for facilities, that would not fall under this limit.
Okay, thank you. So the correct statement is really in the Q&A answer.
Correct.
More so, it adds further clarification than the staff report has. Okay, thank you. I'm done, Mayor. Thank you. And you're on mute.
Thank you. Anyone else? Questions for staff? Councilmember Liang?
Thank you for the details again, and you were very transparent. On page 6 of your slide, you highlighted the nonprofits that are lumped together. Several of the nonprofits we were clear on have done presentations in the past, have documentation. I noticed that the chamber has been listed there. And I noticed today on an email that we don't have clear documentation. So how are we funding some of these nonprofits without documentation and without a clear understanding of how the money's being spent?
So Councilmember Liang, I think as Director Furtado said, we don't have a clear policy in place for how to determine which requests are funded and which are not. We also don't have a policy in place if there would be any performance review or follow-up or benchmarks. So our practice historically has been to bring it forward for council consideration, and if approved, we include it in the budget.
Okay, but I don't recall ever reapproving it. That's the trouble. So it was very clear on what nonprofits we had approved, and I don't know how that popped up this time without approval.
If I'm speculating, I would think sometimes the amount being within the approval authority of staff, some may have been approved at the staff level if council doesn't recall approving them, or potentially approvals often happen, as the mayor mentioned at the beginning, it's a 2-year budget. So council sometimes may be approving what they think is a 1-year allocation, and it's recorded as a 2. But again, I would only be speculating at this point. Without a policy in place, it's really hard to determine what happened at each event.
Okay. So is that then you're looking for also an appreciate a policy if council could, and I'll do that in the future agenda items. For clarification, is that true?
Yes, council member, I have note of that. And do you have any further questions?
Yes. Then also with the art items that was listed, even the items that have been identified for the art budget, I noticed that 75,000 for a new commission gateway piece. I don't ever recall that coming before council. Are we approving these budgets? And then it's going to happen, or do we get more clarification and see if we want to proceed with this? Can you answer that for me, please?
Councilmember Lee Ng, for many of the Public Arts Commission items, those would come back to council for approval, particularly the purchase of permanent pieces, purchase and installation of permanent pieces. So there are a couple of pieces that the commission is waiting to recommend purchase of, and for commissioning of a piece, that would come back to the council for approval, or for consideration and approval.
Yes, and I'll also add to that that the slide which said that this was in the CIP, it lives in the CIP, but it's not funded by general funds, as Mr. Furtado pointed out, but I will just reinforce, everything in the art budget is funded by a special fund based on an ordinance that we have, and this was explained in the staff report. So just to be clear on that.
Yeah, I'm clear on that, but I'm just,
yes, it would all come back. The big ones come back to the city council.
I understand that, Mayor. And if you could let me comment, please, or clarify, or I can add my comments when it comes back for further commenting. But I guess I'll add that at further comments when we do future comments then.
Okay, thank you.
You would prefer that.
Any other questions? Okay, Councilmember Flagger, you have questions.
I do. Thank you, Mayor. And let me echo the thanks to staff as well for this excellent proposed budget, both for the final budget for the fiscal year we're coming to an end with, and this fiscal year going forward. So big applause to John, Gabe, and the rest of the team and the department heads. I do have some very specific questions, only because I want to make sure we all understand how some of these new projects got on the list. And so that will be the main focus of my questions. And I will start with the litigation expenses, Mr. Furtado, where I think you're proposing for this budget, we reduce it by $600,000. And I'm curious if you could explain what the thinking is there. There's been a lot of concern, as you know, in our community about our legal expenses. And so although we would like to see them go down, we also want to make sure that we have sufficient funds to cover any potential or existing litigation.
So I'll Councilmember Flagger, I'll try and answer that. We're reducing the expected expenditures based on case timelines, what cases have been settled in the current year, and what cases we expect a ruling on in the near future. This is one of those items that if we needed to bring more forward, we could do it as a mid-year adjustment. But part of the process we go through is, to the best of our ability, forecasting and identifying funds that we think we will actually spend without adding in additional funds. If we needed additional funds, we would have to come back to council.
Thank you, Mr. England. If you could stay on to that point about if we needed additional funds, what would be the source of those funds? And I want to tell you why I'm asking. So if I understand for the projected surplus, we're definitely going to restore our 20% reserves, which is wonderful. We will also establish the city manager's contingency fund of $250,000. And then the ARPA or the COVID stabilization fund, we have that as well. Is there another pot of unassigned? I'm going with the whole zero balanced budget. So is there another pot of unassigned funds that if we needed to increase our litigation expenses, hopefully not, that we would tap into?
So Councilmember Flagger, there's not. I think if we needed additional funding, the question, we want to protect the 20%, that we don't want to be below that at any point again.
Exactly.
My guess is the first conversation would be either can we cover it within the general fund because something we thought happened was going to happen didn't happen. Can we cover it? If not, then we'd probably look to the stabilization fund or the contingency fund. The 20%, that reserve, would be the last place that we would look.
Good. Okay. We can talk more about this in the discussion section. On the ADA improvements, and I understand that for the past few years, we had allocated funds that we didn't use, yet we were making improvements. But going forward, since we have reduced that to $0, where would the funds come from so that we can continue with any necessary ADA improvements?
So every city is required to have an ADA transition plan that outlines improvements they want to make. We can fund that either through project-specific items like what we intend to do with Lacey and that conversion as an example. So ADA wouldn't, in that case, come out of ADA facilities. We can fund it through improvements to roadways as part of the transportation plan. And again, so we have the second ADA funding, but we would prefer to fund it as part of the project itself. If we wanted to fund specifically an ADA transition plan outside of projects, we would come back and we'd say, these are the projects in the ADA transition plan where we would like to finish this year, and we would put a dollar amount to it.
Okay.
And we have retained 75,000 for those cases.
Okay, I missed that one. Okay, great. And then on the Carmel Terrace sidewalk gap closure, the staff report says it's a priority in our Complete Streets Master Plan. And in the Complete Streets Master Plan, we have 3 tiered priorities. We have, and they're color coded. And this closure is actually in the low priority category. And I'm curious, how did staff determine that this did staff work with the Complete Streets Commission? How did staff determine that this Carmel Terrace sidewalk closure should now be a top priority to get direct funding? Because there were other projects in the Complete Streets Master Plan. And I understand a few years ago, this was on Council's priority list. Didn't get any attention, but we revisit the priority list every year. And if we look at the Complete Streets Master Plan, this is not at the top of the list.
Let the Public Works Director respond to that.
Okay.
Thank you, Gabe. So you are right, Councilmember Flagor. It is a low priority in the CSMP, but we kept it a priority based on past council desire. And so I think the combination of what was asked for in the past by the council, and it is a priority, albeit a low one in the CSMP, but I think it was just time to get that done. So that's why we're making that recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sandoval. Nice to see you. Next question, Mr. England or Mr. Furtado. It's on the proposed substation at 999 Fremont. And I think the amount budgeted there is $10,000. Could you, again, what is the purpose of the $10,000 and how did this come about? What's the vision for this substation?
So, Councilmember Flagger, the initial impetus for this was the connection with the county. I actually believe it was you that put us in contact for PERT staff to be housed there. And when we started looking at the potential uses of it, where it stands, how long it's been vacant, the city's history of not maintaining vacant buildings. We're trying to find a use so it doesn't get worse. We could do PERT, a substation, or we could do a combination of both. But the idea is basically to get people in the building and using it so it doesn't fall into a greater state of disrepair. So
and that's what the 10,000 is for.
Yeah, when we call it the substation would, and we haven't socialized this idea yet, so we have to do more outreach, but would basically be a place where officers could write reports as opposed to coming back to the station, could meet with people in the south end of town as opposed to having people come to the police station, could take a lunch break, could use a restroom, and could just generally be more visible in that part of town.
Okay. And then just a few more for the Grant Park funding. So there are two different amounts in the staff report, and I'm trying to reconcile them. So there's one, I think, for $1 million, and then there's a separate amount for $600,000. Is the $600,000 a subset of $1 million? I know council, and I think it was unanimous, gave direction to make some improvements at Grant Park. And so which of these dollar amounts is tied to that direction? And then what is the other amount for?
The total is $1 million, but it's split over 2 years based on how they expect to complete the work. 600,000 is in the 22-23, and then the 23-24 budget has 400,000. I would defer to the city manager or Manny on how that was decided.
I'm gonna give Director Hernandez first shot if he signs on. Oh, there. Okay.
Yes. Can you hear me? Yes. Yeah, and that's exactly what John was saying there. That's exactly how we anticipate the project to go through, planning and as well as possible any kind of construction on the facility. We're not going to get the whole $1 million done and spent in 1 year. So we've split it out into the expected expenses each year.
But all related, Mr. Hernandez, to the direction we gave about what needs to happen there.
Yes.
Electric,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
AC and everything. Okay, thank you. And then hypothetically, so as you know, Mr. England or Mr. Furtado, council adopted its priorities recently. And everybody knows the budget should reflect our priorities. And housing and land use were on our priority list. And hypothetically, if council were to recommend a program related to housing, where again, I'm trying to figure out where the additional funds would come from, and I think you're going to say the same thing, where it could be from the COVID stabilization fund, if it's not available in a restricted fund, or maybe we reshuffle some of the current general fund allocations. Is that correct? If we were to come up with funding for something related to housing, since housing is a priority for us.
So, Councilmember Flagger, I'd actually answer that one a little differently. The stabilization fund is not intended to be used for programs that don't exist today that council decides they want to implement at a future point. We talked a little bit about the retreat.
Yep.
Housing person. We talked a little bit about a housing fee. If council decides that a housing program or staff is something they'd like to implement, we would take that direction and we would come back and either recommend implementing a fee or recommend implementing changes to the budget or recommending council look at the priorities and determine if this is a higher priority than something else we have in the budget. But absent the program existing today, or clear direction on what it would be, we wouldn't include it in the budget, but that doesn't mean we couldn't accommodate it with direction. Or
find the funds. Okay, thank you. And then the last question for now is just understanding the Halsey House line item. I think it was a 4-1 vote. We approved allocating $250,000 towards maintaining Halsey House. Can't remember what the jargon is. But if you look at that line item, you have the 290,000, you have 50 over 3 years, and then the total is 440,000. And so can you explain those dollar amounts and how they compare to what the 250 we approved and the purpose of that 250 and how we ended up with 440 there?
So I'll let Director Fairman, if she's still on, address that first.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor Inander, Vice Mayor Meadows, and council members. Aida Furman. Yeah, for the Halsey House, the 250 was for the mothballing. And we went out with an RFP, and in June 1st, we're supposed to receive proposals. We didn't receive any proposals. So we have a meeting scheduled for tomorrow. Myself, the project architect, and Director Hernandez to talk about the next steps for this item. So that's where we are with that. The other, so 250, and there were some prior appropriations. So maybe John Furtado can help me with the prior appropriation part of this, please.
Yes, so the 250 was specifically for the mothballing. 40,000 was also allocated by council towards the study itself that we had under the consultant. And then even though we would mothball and it's not a one and done, there would be an annual cost involved of 50,000 every year to keep it up to speed, even after mothballing, which was the rationale behind creating the 50,000 in the years 23 and onward. The first year after the actual mothballing, it wouldn't be required.
And I think the final point on that is the mothballing is not a permanent state. Once it's done, council is certainly going to have a limited time in which the mothballing will still allow to act before the building is completely unsavable. As council knows from the discussions we've had, once the mothballing is complete, staff is tasked with coming back to council, giving an update on the mothballing, how long we think the mothballing may be good for future expenditures to maintain it, and then hopefully gaining final council direction on what council would like to do with the building.
Got it. Thank you. And thanks for answering all my questions. As you know, approving the budget is one of our most important roles as council members. So I want to make sure we're not rushing through it and we're getting all these questions answered for ourselves and also for the public. So thank you.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Following up on Councilmember Flieger's questions about Grant Park, is there any way to speed this project up so it's not going to take 2 years? I mean, this is something that's been percolating for a long time, and we're talking about getting hot water back and updating the electrical panel, especially for our senior center there. We're coming into some very hot months. We all know what's going on in the Midwest and the East Coast. Why is this $1 million project that's going to take 2 years to complete?
Yes, Councilmember Weinberg. The best I can tell you with that is based on the projected items that need to be addressed in that facility and the bid process that will probably be entailed. We plan these things out. Electrical will take X amount of months, and the HVAC will go in after the electrical. It's a process of tagging on to one or another, but the stretch shouldn't go past the years that are projected at this point. The faster we can do it, the better. I understand that, and that is definitely something. We don't want these projects to drag out, but we have to do some things before we do other things, so they'll be tailed together on that.
And Director Hernandez, that makes perfect sense to me. I personally think that this is a public safety matter. I mean, if we physically can't do it more quickly, so be it. But given that it is a public safety matter, assuming my colleagues agree with me, is there anything we can do to speed this up?
So I think Councilmember Weinberg, we can make this a priority, obviously, and when we bid it out. We can't complete the HVAC until the electrical is complete. Right? There's just certain steps that we have to go through. We can say if we get through the electrical and the fiscal year is not complete, we're always happy to come back to council. We agree it's a public safety issue, but we're happy to come back to council and say the electrical has been complete. we're a little bit ahead of schedule. We're happy to move forward with the second phase of it.
Okay, thank you. Looking at the staff report, there's a couple of CIPs I have questions about. The first is the Grant Park Master Plan. The language used by staff, and this is on page 10 CF-01023. Since we have received direction from council, we've allocated $1 million towards a master plan. The way that's written, it sounds like staff is not convinced that this is an appropriate use of money. I'm curious, is that correct?
So I'm Councilmember Weinberg. I'm assuming the Grant Park Master Plan is in the out years of the capital, and so we don't think we're going to need to continue to expend funds on master plans. But when we went through this budget review, because of all the errors, all of the trouble we were having, we focused it on this year, including this year's CIP. So even when we showed the unfunded parts of next year, we'll go through that CIP. My guess is things like master plans or things that are not actual projects or maintenance or renewal will not be included. But we did not, again, because this is not a new budget, it's a midterm budget, we did not change justification from what council had seen previously, and we didn't eliminate anything that we weren't asking council to vote on tonight.
Okay, thank you. And then the last question I want to ask relates back to our agenda item number 2, the dry wells at Milverton. Clearly, the maintenance, repair, replacement of those dry wells was considered important enough that had a competitive bid been made, staff, I think, would have recommended moving forward with the project. Is the money that's not spent on the Milverton dry wells somehow accounted for in this current budget, or maybe it's something that we would have seen in our last agenda item? And related to that, it's now on my radar that the city has 25 dry wells. A member of the public said, once upon a time, the county maintained these things. The city took over and decided not to do that anymore. I don't know whether or not that's true, but it feels like it's a plausible factual circumstance. So we have these 25 dry wells that are serving quite an important purpose, I think. What is there a CIP somewhere that is reflecting what's going to happen to accommodate the communities that rely on those dry wells? Or is this just something that now we're going to fix it when we have to fix it rather than do preventative maintenance?
So I'll let Director Furtado talk about the funding, or Director Fairman. With regards to, had a competitive bid come in, would we have recommended it? The answer to that is actually staff was split. And we do think it serves an important purpose. We currently don't have consensus on the way we plan to address it and fund it is the best plan. So as Councilmember Flagger earlier asked, she noticed some in the Q&A, is there another way we potentially would consider funding and bringing it forward? The answer to that is yes, potentially. Had the bid been competitive on this, I think we would have had a discussion at council on how council wanted to proceed with the remaining dry wells before we recommended to approve the competitive bid. So I think it's a long way of saying we have some work to do on what I agree is important infrastructure that has been ignored, but I'm not at this point convinced the course we're taking is the appropriate one.
Fair enough. And I'm sorry, but this issue really makes me nervous. As a favor, could I ask that you just keep the council abreast during your end of the meeting reports over the next several months?
Absolutely, Councilmember Weinberg.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions right now, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Lee, your hand is up again. Did you have another question?
Yeah, I do have another question because it was brought to my, it was highlighted about public safety and how important it is to move on some of the heating and the issues at Grant. I'm not commenting on grant because it would be a conflict of interest, but I would like to question the facilities for our police department. As you know, we are not moving forward on taking action on what we're going to do there, but I'm concerned that not enough funding has been allocated to address how we are going to ensure that the facilities are going to receive adequate funding. So moving forward on the substation was a positive move because I think it would assist with the overcrowding at our police department, and as well as alleviate some of the issues that they're facing there. But I just want to make sure, because I don't think that we have adequate funding allocated to address some of the fixes that we need at that facility. So City Manager, did you want to comment on that?
Yes, Councilmember Liang, I think we all agree the city police station's inadequate. The facilities are not acceptable. At this point, staff is assuming that consistent with the recommendation from the subcommittee, that in January, council will consider moving forward with some type of bond measure at the 24 general election to address the police facilities. I do not think we have the ability at this point to kind of spend our way out of making that facility functional.
I'm not asking to make the facility functional. I'm just making sure that we can make sure it's a safe, or if funding or monies are needed to be allocated to assist in making it comfortable for our employees to work there.
I think right now it's safe. We can address the first part. I think as part of the conversion of Lacey, we do intend to make safe the IT infrastructure and components that are currently located there, as well as the IT staff. As far as comfortable, again, we have an entire division working out of a trailer with no restroom. So I'm not trying to downplay that. I'm saying I don't think there's a way to make that facility more comfortable than it is today. And I think the best thing we can do is make the residents aware of the conditions of the building as it sits today.
Thank you.
Okay, and I have only one question for Mr. Furtado, and that is, and it's partly an observation and a question. It seems to me that when you go from $40,000 of operating budget to a and I'm just going to pick a number, a $45,000 operating budget, you automatically have built yourself an additional $1 million hole in the reserve, because the reserve is calculated now on your new budget amount. So my question is, in terms of how we approach budgeting for, and whether kind of what practice is, when you're budgeting and you're looking at more revenue. I know when I used to own my own business, when I had more revenue, the first thing I did was say, oh, I'm gonna have to pay this amount in taxes, and I put that away. And so I'm wondering if when we are looking at more revenue, if we're immediately taking 20% of it and saying, no, whoops, we need to put that in reserve. We can't really spend all the money that we anticipate as new revenue. What's the staff approach to that issue? And do you need a different guidance from council in that regard in any way?
I think council direction is pretty clear that the reserve should be maintained at 20%. So when we do a formal budget, we will account for the reserve being at 20%. So if that means that we have a $1 million increase in revenue, the maximum increase in operating expenditures might be 800, so that 200 goes to the reserve to meet that 20%. That would be the preferred approach.
Okay.
And in fact, this budget is actually doing that. So as we increase the expenditures, we also increase the reserve to 894, which would be 20% of the new expenditure proposed.
Yeah, and I think that's an important point, because otherwise it looks like, oh, gee, our reserve is dropping. Well, the reason our reserve is dropping is because we're planning to spend more money. And if we spend more money without also peeling off the amount to go in the reserve is going to look like it's dropping as a percentage when it's not really dropping in dollar value. It's dropping because we haven't adequately put that, as you said, that $20,000 aside. So I just wanted to clarify how staff was dealing with that. And with that, with everyone else's indulgence, I want to call a break till 10 o'clock. And then we'll come back and take public comment and hopefully move forward on motions. Hey, Councilmember Fliger, Councilmember Weinberg. Welcome back, everyone. I'm going to call us back into session at 10 p.m. Thank you, everyone, for being prompt. We will now turn to public comment in this public hearing regarding the FY 22-23 budget. And I will point out again that we will have 3 resolutions in front of us for this evening. The first will be to establish an appropriations limit. Some call this our GAN resolution. A resolution regarding setting fees, a third resolution approving the salary schedule and plan for our employees, and then ultimately a motion directing staff to bring back a resolution to the next meeting to approve the overall budget. So I'm going to ask that if anyone has in the public has comments on any of these matters, this will be your only opportunity to speak on any of these items that all come under this single agenda item number 10, the proposed 22-23 budget cycle. City Clerk?
Yes, and members of the public, if you wish to speak on this item, please indicate so by raising your hand. Madam Mayor, I see one individual with their hands raised this time.
Let's give it another 10 or 15 seconds. Okay, City Clerk, let's go ahead. And again, I'm going to ask you to limit your comments to 2 minutes if at all possible.
Okay. Speaker by name of Roberta, are you there?
Hi, yes, this is Roberta. You can hear me, right?
Yes.
Yes, we
Okay.
can.
So there's a couple of things. Number one, I didn't hear anybody mention Quest to Drive. As a lot of you know, my husband just had major surgery. I have the power of attorney, and I've been driving back and forth to the hospital, 6 times a day. And I just want to make sure there is funding to correct the situation on Quest to Drive, because it really is a public safety issue. On getting somebody to the hospital a minute or 2 later can be a matter of life or death. That's really important. Secondly, the council is often accused of getting into the weeds. Well, come on North San Antonio Road and you can see the weeds that are 5 feet high. And I really hope that the city can pull out the weeds and make our, Main Street in town look presentable, because it's not. The third thing is the substation is a good idea. I'm happy you're going to utilize the building. And the fourth thing is the Chamber of Commerce, the $60,000 with no justification, without knowing what you're going to spend it on. If you've got to get a policy, take it off the budget and put it back on once you know what you're going to spend it on. This is like separation of church and state. These are private businesses and private landowners, and we all want them to be successful. And they can get together and they can apply for their own ARPA money. We need that ARPA money for basic services, to pave our roads, to have public safety, etc. So John Furtado said, use caution, be frugal. Thank you, John. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberta. I see no other hands. And so at this time, I will close public comment and bring this back to council. Again, we have 3 resolutions and a motion to look at. Anybody want to go first? I'd like to, if I can, dispense with some of the motions. And the 3 resolutions that are in our packet are actually things we haven't directly discussed. in our questions. None of these came up in our questions. So I don't know if that means you're ready to just slog through all three and pass those and then discuss any budgetary details. What is your wishes? Councilmember Weinberg, do you have a suggestion?
My suggestion is that we take the resolutions on the fee schedule and the payroll, get those out of the way, because I think those are, I'm hoping that those will be the quickest. And then we go back and talk about the more substantive expenditures, which will cover a lot more ground.
Okie doke. So I'm going to I have a question for Mr. Furtado first. With respect to the appropriations limit resolution, what would influence or cause us to need to change the money amount that is listed in that resolution?
If we are going to adjust any of the tax revenues, so it's mostly driven by revenues. If we are not going to be adjusting revenues, tax revenues, we can approve that with no consequence.
I don't know how we would adjust tax revenues. My understanding is that the tax revenues here are all very good estimates based on staff knowledge. So can you fathom a way that we would adjust tax revenues?
I mean, council could be discussing that maybe sales tax should be higher than we projected. I don't want to speculate that you would accept it 100% as we present it.
Okay. Councilmember Weinberg, did you have another comment?
No, sorry. I can start making motions if you'd like.
I'd love you to have you start making motions, and the order in which they are in our packet are first the appropriations limit, then the fee schedule, and then the staff schedule. So that'd be nice to have them in that order if you don't mind.
So I move that the council adopt resolution number 2022-XX, which is included as attachment 5 to agenda item number 10 to the packet for today's meeting, and which is entitled, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos establishing the fiscal year 2022-23 appropriations limit.
And I will second that motion. City Clerk, is there any discussion? Anybody have a question or a comment? City Clerk? I'm sorry, Councilmember Liang, did you have a question?
No, I didn't have a question. I had something for discussion after.
Okay. City Clerk?
Yeah, if you agree with the motion on the table.
Oh, wait, if we're going to have discussion, I'd like to have discussion.
No, there's going to be unless you say something now, there's going to be no discussion on this motion, this one motion.
Okay, this is the budget item, right? The appropriations?
This is on setting the appropriations limit, which as
setting
Furtado just explained, sets how we are estimating the amount of tax revenue that we have.
Tax. Okay, sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, City Clerk?
All right, well, motion still holds. If you agree with it, please indicate so by saying aye. Councilmember Flagger.
Yes.
Councilmember Liang.
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Meadows.
Yes.
Mayor Enander.
Yes.
We have a unanimous pass on this motion.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Weinberg, you ready for number 2?
I think so. I move that the council adopt resolution number 2022-XX entitled, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos setting certain fees and charges to be collected in fiscal year 2022-23 as that document is amended in the most recent packet.
And I will second that motion. City, is there any other comment or discussion among my colleagues? Looking for hands. I don't think so. Councilmember Liang, was it about this? No. Okay. City Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If you agree with the motion as articulated by Councilmember Weinberg, please indicate so by saying aye. Councilmember Liang.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Flagger.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Meadows.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Enander.
Yes.
We have unanimous passing of this motion.
And Councilmember Weinberg, I'm going to take this one if you don't mind, and ask you to second. This is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos approving the fiscal year 22-23 pay schedule to comply with California Public Employees Retirement System, CalPERS statutory and regulatory requirements for compensation earnable and publicly available pay schedules.
Second.
Super. Any other comment from my colleagues? I want to just thank staff, Mr. England, for your leadership in continuing to normalize and work on our staff compensation package in general, and looking at pay schedules is never fun. So thank you very much for all of your work and the work I know your HR department did on this. City Clerk.
Yes, Mayor, if you agree with the motion to that's on the floor, please indicate so by saying aye. Councilmember Flagger.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Lee Ang.
Aye.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Meadows.
Aye.
Thank you. And Mayor Enander.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. And so now I would like to take any issues, and I'd like to just go around the room figuratively on any issues that would be suggested changes to the budget as presented. And I will start with you, Councilmember Lee Ang.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Changes to the budget, I think that until we get some documentation and explanation for the donation to the chamber, I don't think that should be funded. The other things is I appreciate the staff already acknowledging that the nonprofits are lumped together and it was not made clear. And I appreciate the changes that will be made to break it out when you bring this back in the future. I think we need to be more transparent and we should have a policy going forward. So if I could encourage us to ask staff to bring back a policy on how we.
Can we put that on future agenda, please?
Okay, city manager, do you want me to do it here or is this appropriate as here as well?
I think the council norms would say under future agenda items.
Okay, I'll bring that back at future agenda items. But I think regarding the funding of the chamber, I think that should be held till we get more information. Regarding I would like to make a comment, but I will bring the item back in the future agenda items, but I do only because it's a budget related item. I heard my fellow council member talking about how we would fund a possible fund for housing. And I think for future discussion, I do appreciate, like many of you, all appreciate art, but I am concerned about the amount of funds that we have or are going to be allocated to art in the city as we continue moving forward with how it is being funded, and believe we should have a discussion about diverting some of those funds to address other priorities. So I do believe that, yes, we should have talk about how we would like to have a fund for housing to secure possibly BMRs or to help subsidize supportive housing programs or staff housing program. So I think that in the for future agenda items, I will be adding that as well to revisit the ordinance there. So that way, and so those are my main two things about this budget item.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Weinberg, your hand is raised.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to propose that the council direct staff to go ahead and allocate $50,000 to CSC as they requested.
Right. Anything else? Councilmember Flagger?
Thank you, Mayor. So I also support the allocation to CSA. I'm also interested in seeing if my colleagues on council would support having the Carmel Terrace sidewalk gap closure item go to the Complete Streets Commission. I have heard from commissioners over the years that they appreciate weighing in on the priority list. And I know Mr. Sandoval has done more than enough due diligence on this, and I really appreciate his work on this and recommendation. But I am concerned that in our Complete Streets Master Plan, we have other priorities above the Carmel Terrace project, and somehow it is getting priority in our budget. And so I think it would be valuable for this item just to go to the Complete Streets Commission to weigh in on whether or not that funding should be allocated to a project that's ranked higher in the master plan. I'll also throw out another project idea to add to the CIP, and I think this falls within Mr. England's budget. I don't know how much it would actually cost, but I think it would be within his budget, and maybe Mr. Hernandez can weigh in. But as some of you know, myself and former Mayor Tonka of Los Altos Hills co-hosted an event at Veterans Plaza last year for Veterans Day, and we hope to continue this tradition. And one of the things we noticed as the hour got late was that it was really dark at the Veterans Plaza. And so a few of us talked about adding lighting to the Veterans Plaza, and also, whatever else we can do to improve the Veterans Plaza, seeing that, we had that Veterans Day event and other events are held there as well. And so I'm going to look to Mr. England because I'd like to add this to the CIP list. I don't know what the cost is, if this is something you need to bring back to us and we make an adjustment, but I would like to add those improvements. I know we took the shades off because the city went in a different direction, but this is a new item that I would love to see added to the CIP list. And so those are just my 3 requests on the CIP list. I will pause there. Mr. England, could you weigh in on the Veterans Plaza lighting, please?
Councilmember Flagger, that's something Director Hernandez and I are currently working on. We were looking at some solar options the last time we checked in, so let's all get an update together. Let's see.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm negotiating with a lighting contractor to sell us some solar lightings. I think it'll be a good example, and it'll be very less invasive than if we actually put in real lighting. So as far as the lighting goes, that is something that I'm trying to address immediately. So hopefully that can be taken care of in the next few months.
Good news. Thank you, Ms. Hernandez.
Okay. Vice Mayor, just checking in with you.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything additional to say. Everything's been expressed, so I would agree. Yeah.
Councilmember Lee Ing, did you have something else?
Yes. So Mayor, I know that Councilmember Flagor says to revisit or have the commission revisit the Carmel Terrace gap closure. That was a meeting that we had together with the Complete Streets Commission at that time and City Council. We did feel that it was a priority to move forward on. So I think just going around again in a circle would once again delay it. This has been a project and revisitation of this project for over 12 years now. And that's why we felt it was responsible for us to move forward on. We had, and council member, you were there at the block school meeting. So, I mean, just kicking it down the road again, I think would not be the right thing for us to do. I think, we identified that it is a priority, and we need to move forward on it like we said we would.
Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, if I may, Mayor. And Councilmember Liang, I agree. I supported that vote 3 years ago to make it a priority. But since that time, we have developed the Complete Streets Master Plan. And in developing that plan, they did not identify this project as a high priority. There were other projects that they identified. And I am not asking us to start over or kick the can down the road. I just think it's worth, Mr. Sandoval, even if we approve it tonight, checking it with the Complete Streets Commission, because, they may want to weigh in to say, wait a minute, we said it was a lower priority, but somehow it's getting moved above things that we identified as high priority, and they can have that dialogue. But I think it's important for us to respect our commissioners and their recommendations, and to ensure that if council or staff disagrees with the commissioner's priority list, there's that communication explaining why.
Thank you, council member. And I'll weigh in on that and say I was also in that meeting, and I cannot imagine a stronger outpouring of community sense than what we heard that night asking us to do that project. And so what has happened is it was a high priority for a previous council. We are in danger every time we turn over, plans or whatever, of undoing prior work. I've not participated in Complete Streets Commission as the liaison. I understand wanting to talk with the commission about it, but I would support retaining it in the plan based on our prior work. And if the city manager and Mr. Sandoval or whoever on staff is now responsible for this, in talking with Complete Streets Commission, can really see a compelling reason to want to substitute a project, I think that could then come back to us. But I would not want to remove this from the budget at this time. So I think the issues we have, which I'm going to ask for just kind of an informal poll about, this is going to be a little tricky to do between my notes and then trying to see all of you, is first I'm going to ask Councilmember Flagger, can you concur with what my summary was just now on Carmel Terrace?
Yes, I agree with that approach with direction to staff to, yes.
And Councilmember Liang, can you concur with that as well?
Yes, and yeah.
Okay,
I think it's
great.
important that because everyone, like you said, was there, so.
Councilmember Meadows?
I wasn't there, but I can concur.
Thank you, and I'm going to put Councilmember Weinberg in the same position.
I'm sorry, I didn't follow. What exactly was your proposal?
That we not remove the Carmel Terrace project from the budget at this time, but that we ask the city manager and the staff to go and talk with the Complete Streets Commission about it. And if they have a strong argument for why it should be removed and something else should be done, that it could come back to council.
That sounds reasonable to me, but I see a hand waving at the screen from someone who I think has something to contribute.
And I don't see, oh, Mr. Sandoval, are you waving your hand? Sorry, because I only can see 5 people at a time. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just for the record, staff presented the transportation CIP that is before you to the Complete Streets Commission last month. So they're aware that Carmel Terrace is on that list.
Great. And there was no pushback?
I have not heard that. I was on vacation, but Marisa Lee presented it to them, and I have not heard that there was pushback.
I think we would all say that we appreciate that the proposal was scrubbed with Complete Streets and presented before it came to us. So would you please just check in with your staff,
Yes.
with Marisa, and see where this stood. So I think that resolves Carmel Terrace. The next one we want to chat with is Councilmember Weinberg and Councilmember Fliger both supported a $50,000 allocation to CSA. And so I'm going to look to head nods, thumbs ups, or other comments. So Councilmember thumbs up, Councilmember Vice Mayor, is that a want to talk or a thumbs up?
Yeah, it's kind of a question. And so are we talking about CSA specifically because it's sort of a new one, or it fell? I mean, we actually approved it last year, but that's a separate matter. We don't need to talk about it right now, but it's not are we talking about it because it's not a regular allocation, or because what I would want to do is take the same approach as you just described for Carmel Terrace and is hold these, earmark is not the right word because that has a specific meaning, but allocate these funds for the funding that we might do for the nonprofits and then do the due diligence. So don't take them out of the budget. And that would even apply potentially to the chamber because it's easier to take it out if we get information follow-up behind, which sounds to me like the approach you were recommending with Carmel Terrace.
So let me check in with the city manager and or Mr. Furtado. On the slide that Mr. Furtado showed that had a number of the allocations, some of them are tied in certain budgetary categories. For example, the women's funding comes out of the police budget. So would you clarify whether all of these are currently in this current budget or whether there are any of these that you need a specific authority to add or to take away?
So Mayor, I think if Director Furtado could pull that slide up, if he still has that ability, it'll be a little easier to walk through. While he's doing that, I'll let him correct me if I'm wrong. I believe all of the other requests are currently in the budget and they were approved at the beginning of the 2-year budget last year. The CSA request is a little bit different as it came in as a new request this year, though I believe what the Vice Mayor is saying is also correct, is they have been funded before, but they didn't have a request in at the beginning of this cycle. Thank you. So if John, if there's anything I said this wrong there, correct me.
But we did fund them during the current fiscal year. My recollection is that we did give them some money.
But the Vice Mayor is laughing. We're trying to track that down. We gave them funding in 2020, and then there was approved funding in 21 that we sent a check for. We are unsure if they ever received that check. So we have direction. We don't know if we have completion.
Understood. But they were in
as a one-time.
Not sure is whether they were in the budget for 21 or 22, 23.
But not as correct, but not as nonprofit support. The requests came through other channels. I believe it was COVID support. So that this is a little bit different because these are not ARPA funds at this point.
Right.
So we want to make sure council understands we have funded them in the past. And I'll let John walk through the slide with the different colors.
So with these on the left side, these are what we are funding in the budget. The CSA is what we are asking council direction to fund. However, when we look at these, some of them have been always in our budget or they've been ingrained into our budget, I would say. So the check has been increased from 44,000 to 49,000, but it was 44,000 for a number of years. And the History House has always been at that 65,000. And so has the Women as Sweep, but that's in the police budget versus the legislative budget. And the chamber received a one-time funding in COVID, and they made a request for continual funding, which is what we added into the budget. And I understand that they would need to provide more documentation on how they can use it. So council could take the approach of having it in the budget, but giving staff direction that it cannot be released until X, Y, and Z is complete.
Okay, so then it sounds like where
Mayor,
we
sorry.
are is that we have two items to discuss, the CSA money and the chamber money. So I want to focus on CSA, and it sounds like we have two council members who would like to have it in there. I want to check in again with Council Member Lee Eng and the Vice Mayor.
Mayor, I would like to speak to that. I am all for supporting the CSA. They did presentations. They demonstrated to us how much they were of service to the people who had suffered hardship during COVID, or feeding the various communities, or feeding our seniors. So I'm all for CSA.
Okay, Vice Mayor? Okay, then I think we have clear direction that CSA goes in. Let me take up the issue with the chamber. What is, and I'm just going to go around the room and I'll start with the Vice Mayor. What would you like to do about the chamber situation?
I would like to keep it in the budget. I frankly didn't have time to look at the information that was sent late today, and I don't think it, even from what my colleagues have said, it may not be complete. So I would like to keep it in the budget so that we can review it with more detail to make a more informed decision.
Okay, so you'd like it left in, but you'd like it not spent or not provided until there is a second review by council when we have more information as to what they actually want to use it for.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Liang?
I can have it left in, but I don't want it spent because I am uncomfortable moving forward as to spending it. One, because I just needed to understand from the years that we did fund it, and it was never brought to our attention. One, it was never brought to our attention. I'm troubled by that. The other thing is that there was never clarification what the money was used for. I don't understand how it jumped so high when it started out at 30,000. So we don't have justification, documentation, nothing on that. So it's problematic to me where we had all the other organizations really demonstrated the need for funding, what they provided for the community. And what I'm troubled as well by, Mayor, is that you have an organization that represents people or a business that are members of their organization. You know, so I am uncomfortable moving forward on that.
Understood. Councilmember Flagger?
Thanks, Mayor. Let me start out with clarifying something for the record. The city has donated to the chamber for the last couple of years. It wasn't just from the ARPA funds. And, you know, I support, and I'm sure the president of the chamber will be able to demonstrate how they will use the funds and what they contribute to the community. But I saw firsthand during COVID how much the chamber does for our community. And not just downtown, for all our business districts. When I go to some of these stores, they even think sometimes Kim is part of the city. Kim Mosley, the president of the chamber. And you know, as we were going through COVID, the downtown and other business districts received the support from the chamber so that they could carry on and survive through COVID. And we need these business districts. We love these business districts in Los Altos. And so I view the chamber as a partner to the city to support all our business districts. And so I definitely support allocating the $60,000 to the chamber. I think we ask the president to submit the justification that it sounds like council is requesting. And I would be very surprised if she wasn't able to do that. But even without that justification, I have seen firsthand the value that the chamber adds to Los Altos. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg?
For the most part, I agree with everything Nisa said. The only exception I would take is the chamber does so much for the entire city. I would go ahead and authorize staff to write them the check as soon as they write checks to the other charitable donations that we're going to make. That's what we've done in the past. We haven't waited for special documentation from them. And I can't think of any circumstances that have changed this year from our practice and pattern, specifically last year, the first year of this particular council, and years prior to that.
Okay. And I will throw my hat in with what I think is the majority, which is asking that staff come back with the justification. My concerns are, this is a big jump. We are in a budget constrained circumstance, and the city does support our businesses with a full-time staff person. So we already make a very significant financial contribution to helping our business community. I know that Anthony is very well respected and appreciated. And I'm sure the chamber can demonstrate that they will use the money and use it well. I think what we have to think about is every bit of money we have now really counts as to what we're doing. And if I'm choosing between, A and B, I need to know what A really wants to do with the money before I decide if I'm going to spend it as A instead of B. So I think that's the overall view here. Moving to the next one.
Mayor, actually,
Go ahead.
I have my hand up because I need a clarification.
Sure.
Which is, so my recommendation was based on, we were trying to separate, I thought, who was a long-term funded fund. And by the way, I will support when we talk about future agenda items, we need to fix them. We need to clarify all this. It's really kind of a mess. So if the yardstick we're using is whether it's regularly funded, and I know the chamber was funded last year, but I've heard two different versions here. So if it's regularly funded, I don't want to take it out of that bucket. So if those were so that
we don't have, this is the challenge. We do not have documentation as to how this has been handled in the past. That's the real challenge. And so I think we all violently agree that we need to fix this process.
Right. And
For now, it would appear that leaving it in and asking for documentation for a final decision on an amount is kind of where everybody is, with the exception of Mr. Weinberg, who said he would write the check.
Okay, Mr. Furtado, did you have a help with the clarification or no?
Correct. So if I may, some of the challenges that we faced looking into past practice is there are things that are in the budget that have not been done, or there are things that are done but not in the budget, and things just balance themselves out. So what we are trying to achieve is a process by which, council, of course, policy would be great, but the council gives us direction that these are the people we would desire to fund on a regular basis. Then we don't have to open it up each time, except if there's a new request. And hopefully that new request would fall under the new policy that council would ask staff to make.
Right. And thank you very much for that. So I think we're ready for a motion for direction to staff. I didn't hear any other changes, requests for changes or alterations in the budget otherwise than what we've just discussed. So does anybody want to take a stab at a motion? Going once, going twice. Councilmember Liang.
Mayor, I think you've captured everyone's thoughts, and if you want to make the motion, I'd be glad to second it. So
okay. So I move that we direct staff to return at the June 28th meeting with a resolution formally to adopt the modifications to the mid-term budget for fiscal year 22-23 as discussed and directed during this meeting, including specifically with respect to the allocations for CSA and for the Chamber of Commerce, and with not to be part of the resolution because that's not necessary, but the staff direction with respect to Carmel Terrace and checking with staff's feedback on Complete Streets Commission.
I'd be glad to second the motion.
Okay, City Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the council, if you agree with the motion on the floor, please indicate so by saying aye. Councilmember Flagger,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Ang,
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Meadows,
Yes.
Mayor Enander.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Great. And now to our long-suffering and eternally helpful wireless team. We have before us this evening, and we are going to get this done tonight, 3 resolutions with respect to the wireless proposal. And I'd like to turn it over to the I think Mr. Zola probably is doing the presentation, but just setting the stage for the public. This public hearing will consider a resolution of the City Council adopting a negative declaration under the California Environmental Quality Act. It will consider to waive further reading and adopt the ordinance replacing 1482 and altering 11.12 with respect to the wireless telecommunications facilities and utility infrastructure, which then creates new locational requirements and revises the development standards. And the third resolution would adopt the design guidelines and standards. So those are the 3 issues that we will, or resolutions that we will hopefully be taking up. City Attorney, did you want to say something? Okay, so do I turn this over to Mr. Zola?
Yes, I would turn it over to Mr. Zola.
I am ready, except I am not allowed to run the PowerPoint this time. David Merida will do that. And you can see already how much better he is at it than I was. So let's go.
Only if he knows how to get into slideshow mode.
That's true too.
Otherwise he gets a B instead of an A.
Well, it's better than my C- from last time. So.
And thank you for sticking with us, Mr. Zola, through our budgetary deliberations.
No problem. Okay, so I see his grade down to A-.
And just confirming, can you see it in the slideshow mode or?
No, we're still seeing preview mode.
Oh, okay, that's strange. Let's see. How about that?
Nope.
It hasn't popped yet. There we go. Maybe now we're getting where it previews the next slide and has notes if you have any.
Yeah, you've got it in presenter mode.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah, instead of the true slide.
Give me a second.
I need to go back to your screen. I only speak Mac, so I'm not a lot of help here. And if you want to bail out of the screen and start over again, that's okay too.
How's that?
No, we're still in presenter mode, David.
So I took that off. Let's see. 1 second.
Well, it should be maybe just be catching up.
Yeah, sometimes there's a lag, but I don't think we're there.
right, let's try again. How's that?
Right now we have nothing. We have you, which is better than nothing. Yay.
There we go.
Yay.
Hey, we got
You made the yay. There we go.
Okay, let's go to the next slide though.
All right, give me a second.
Never satisfied, Mr. Zola.
No. I could give them, okay, hey, great. So following the May 10th meeting, we got a lot of comments from various council members. And as directed, what we did was take those issues, make revisions to the ordinance based on our staff's recommendations as well as legal review. And I'll show you what all of those revisions are. So we'll go to the next slide. And so as the mayor mentioned, we have a CEQA resolution and ordinance that has locational standards and design guidelines. So in relation to the CEQA resolution, we incorporated discussion from previous meetings regarding the analysis of radio frequency emissions and their environmental effects. That's now part of the CEQA resolution in a little bit more detail than you saw on May 10th. Next slide. One of the things we did with the ordinance, and I've noticed some questions about this, both from public and from council members. As you talked at the last meeting regarding your priorities, one of the things when I started incorporating those priorities and those preferences into the ordinance is I found that the ordinance as it was originally constructed skipped back and forth. So the ordinance, as you saw on May 10th, was constructed by identifying locations outside the right-of-way that were preferred and less preferred, and then locations within public rights-of-way that were preferred and less preferred. And yet the discussion that followed was, if I can just kind of summarize, as a council, you seem to prefer having building and roof mounted within commercial areas as a preference, and then working your way through down to essentially the roadways and local roadways within residential areas. In the original 2019 resolution, there's actually a very separate list that says our priorities are these, but that list of priorities never really carried through the rest of the ordinance. So what I tried to do was organize the ordinance in the way that you expressed preferences. Co-location, which has always been the preference dating back to 2019 as the primary preference. Essentially, why build a new facility if you can use one of the existing ones and co-locate? There are limitations to co-location, primarily that co-location is something much more prevalent, or would be much more prevalent with larger facilities rather than the small wireless facilities that are now more prevalent. Preferred locations being those outside the public right-of-way, building mounted, roof mounted, those within the public right-of-way, and utility easements within commercial zones. Then when we get to less preferred, that was organized in terms of non-residential buildings, non-residential sites that may be zone residential, and then within public rights-of-way. Now, just I want to point out that I did not, in this ordinance and what is in front of you, change the organization of what is preferred and what is not, other than to reorder them. That the physical organization of inside right-of-way, outside right-of-way, preferred, not preferred, those have essentially stayed the same from the May 10th. And I found that actually for me, writing it and keeping track of what the priorities were, actually the new organization is easy for me to follow as an author. We can go to the next one. And so we also made minor revisions to findings based on comments from council. The term in the ordinance, when we say wireless facilities, that means all facilities, whether they're large or small facilities. If it says small facilities, those are only for the small ones, because the ordinance locational preferences address both the small wireless facilities and the large macro facilities. And we can go to the next one. We had discussion regarding location of, oh, let's go back one, David, I'm sorry. Yeah, the guidelines for separation from residences. I skipped right past that. This was one where the intent was where we have wireless facilities within rights of way in residential zones. There can and often are public utility easements running behind residential parcels. And sometimes you will find that the gas company, PG&E, or other utility companies may have easements across your property line between two houses running back to meters. And so we want to make sure that, and then we also talked about last time some of the setbacks, for example, in the downtown mixed use zone can be as small as just a couple feet. And so a one size fits all separation of new facilities from people's homes is now suggested to be based on the required building setback plus 5 feet with a preference for a minimum of 25 feet separation from a building. The reason for the building setback plus 5 feet is picture in a roadway right of way that is generally 10 feet from the edge of the road to the property line. The PG&E poles are generally centered on there, so that's what it's really reflecting. But those revisions are really based on the building setback. And I think the mayor had made comments about what about vacant parcels or with state housing law right now where people can add housing within existing setbacks, housing where there's none now, accessory dwelling units, and so on. And essentially, this separation from a building is based on the required building setback. So it preserve options for that kind of future housing that is also required by law where we're talking about on parcels. We can go to the next one now. We had been asked to look at wireless facilities and their location in relation to schools and parks. And there was some discussion about could we essentially not place facilities within or adjacent to schools and parks. And the basic premise that we looked at was the city cannot regulate the location of wireless facilities based on radio frequency emissions. And so what we had to look at were standards based on aesthetic considerations. And so that was the first thing we looked at, and we determined that there is a real difference between putting a new pole adjacent to a school or a park, or putting a facility, particularly a small facility, on an existing within an existing right-of-way or utility easement. And so we looked at, from an aesthetic standpoint, it would be better to not have new poles being placed within or adjacent to schools or parks, but that facilities on the existing poles really ought to be permitted, because they're not much different than placing them, and in some cases on poles across the street from a school or park. So that is the recommendation. The other thing that we looked at that became a consideration is that a facility within a school or park, even if there is a public utility easement, routine maintenance may or may not be able to be scheduled outside of school hours, outside of the hours people would be at parks. And so that's why we suggested that wireless facilities within or adjacent to schools or parks be limited to existing poles within public rights of way and public utility easements, unless there are no feasible alternatives within 500 feet, essentially the same findings we're using for other, the preferred versus less preferred. Because what we also need to make sure we do not do is create holes in the system because there happens to be a school where a facility needs to be. And so we've allowed for that feasibility test the same way that we would test any other preference. Or not test any other preference, but we would test the difference between a less preferred location and a preferred location. Let's go to the next one. Then there was a great deal of discussion regarding a provision in the ordinance that would require incorporation of new technology into existing facilities. And what we are recommending based on that is to remove that section and create a new section in Chapter 12 that would apply only to permit modifications. So if there were a request to modify an existing permit or to get a new permit for an existing facility towards the end of the permit, that would be the situation in which new permit requirements would be applied. And we need to also be aware that there will be limitations on these, or could be limitations on the kinds of modifications or kinds of conditions that could be applied based on federal regulations related to, I can't remember the phrase, qualified facilities, but these conditions of approval would need to square with applicable federal regulations. But the one thing that I did recommend adding, because the federal limitations are reasonably related to health and safety regulations, and you had mentioned in passing almost, but there was a clear mention in the discussion last time, what happens with a change in federal regulations? And the new ordinance would suggest when a modification is requested or there is a new permit for an existing facility, you could require that that facility would meet the then applicable federal radio frequency emissions. Because you're not regulating based on emissions, you're saying you will meet the standards, the federal standards as they exist at the time of the new permit. We can go to the next one. And also a great deal of discussion regarding fire and structural safety insurance requirements. The basic principle that we looked at in addressing those issues, particularly the insurance issue, is that liability for what occurs in these facilities needs to rest with the carrier and the owner of the poles, whether PG&E or if the carrier is building a new pole. We need to be careful in the regulation that the city is not itself guaranteeing the safety of the pole, and you become accepting some degree of liability. So the standards, as we've done make sure that liability does rest with the carrier and the owner of the poles. There was a specific standard that was requested during the May 10th hearing, and that is the APCO ANSI, and it's got a whole number following it. But the APCO ANSI, ANSI standard, and that is a standard that's now already required for 911 facilities. And there was a lot of discussion regarding, well, we ought to use that standard and adopt that standard as part of ordinance. And staff is not recommending, or let me put it this way, staff is recommending that it not be adopted in the ordinance. And there's several reasons for it. One, the standard that was discussed was developed initially in 2014, in its final form right now, updated in 2019. It addresses standards for all facilities. It does not distinguish between small facilities and the really large macro towers, and doesn't really distinguish between a small facility that you might see attached to a PG&E pole and the really large lattice towers that are the major facilities. And so it is really based on hardening of facilities and creating a public safety grade system, the really major facilities. And the regulations themselves say, you really need to look at before applying these standards. One, is it consistent with your own building code? Is it more or less stringent than the building code? Are the high costs of complying consistent with the protection and level of risk of a fire or other hazard? And so, and in some cases, acknowledges that there may be physical constraints that would even prevent meeting these standards. And so these are not equivalent to building code standards that are purely prescriptive, objective standards. These standards require some degree, and in some cases, maybe requires some degree of discretion, and therefore we would not recommend they be adopted in the ordinance because they would not necessarily apply to small facilities. Adopting them would also be problematic. The other thing is, when you read the entirety of the standards, there are certain standards in here that as a city you would really maybe not want adopted at all as part of your ordinance, and could become unintentionally problematic. So there are standards in this APCO ANSI regarding security and fencing, obviously designed for the very large facilities. Applied literally, you could end up requiring fencing around a PG&E pole, which is not intended at all. But that's why we would not suggest adopting these at all for small facilities or even the large facilities. The standard does provide some useful information that could be considered by staff in the review of macro facilities, because that's really what these would most be designed for. But if council so directed, but our recommendation would be that the city's application process as it is can address the issues that need to be addressed regarding fire safety, regarding structural, and I would also note that when we're dealing with particularly structural, the city is preempted from looking at the structural integrity of a PG&E pole. You don't get to do that. So if council would direct, staff would look at these standards solely in as informational items and looking at the large facilities. But we do believe that both structural safety, fire safety can all be addressed through case-by-case review. And finally, in terms of insurance requirements, through discussions with the city attorney, we believe that insurance requirements now are adequate. And particularly when these facilities are within the small facilities within public rights of way, they are much different than the large facilities, and in some cases not much different in terms of liability than maybe other facilities within a right of way. So we believe that the insurance requirements are adequate, and any changes to that should result only as part of a comprehensive review of city insurance requirements within rights of way and in other locations. Next. And so with that, the recommendation is for adoption of the resolution, the CEQA resolution adopting a negative declaration in compliance with CEQA, to adopt the ordinance that provides wireless telecommunications locational standards as modified in the staff report, as may be modified this evening with other comments made by council. And we did recommend in answers to council questions some additional modifications in response to your comments and questions. I believe Ms. Fox will go through those. And finally, adoption of the resolution including design guidelines. And with that, that completes my presentation. And Deborah, if you have anything else, it's all yours.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, and members of the public. I'm sorry I wasn't able to join you at your May meeting. I was arguing a case in the Court of Appeal that required me to travel on fair housing. But I'm pleased to be here with you this evening. I wanted to make sure that the record was clear as far as the items that are in the official record. So if you would bear with me so that I can make sure that we have a full and complete record. Today, we had messengered to the city clerk 2 documents. One was the standalone CEQA resolution with attachments A and B. There was some notation that the document uploaded on the system only had one of the attachments. So we have made sure that you have a full and complete resolution for CEQA along with attachments A and B. The second item that we had messengered over to the city clerk was the attachment 3, and that is the ordinance itself with the red line and strikeouts. And some odd function of uploading the document that was uploaded did not contain the red line and strikeouts, although that was the document that was provided by Mr. Zola for the uploading to the staff packet. So those 2 items have been provided to the city clerk. Separate and apart from that, we also provided a full PDF of the entirety of the staff report with all the exhibits, and that full document needs to be part of the record. The council members have been very diligent in the review of this ordinance, and there are several corrections that need to be made for the record as well. And so I'd like to do those this evening unless the city attorney advises me that that's not necessary. I'd like to start, if I might, with the CEQA resolution. City Attorney Houston, is that the preferred practice?
I mean, yes, please. We want to make sure that the record is very complete and accurate. So please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Okay, so on the CEQA resolution, on page 1, it is also bait stamp page 146. The first change is we have reordered the attachments so they come in alphabetical order of A and B. So in the 7th whereas clause, it now should read, and are set forth in attachment A. On the 2nd page, bait stamp 147, at the 11th whereas clause, it should read provided as attachment B to this resolution. In the 13th whereas clause, also on Bates stamp 147, the word and should be deleted. Then on page 147, where it says now therefore be it resolved, there should be the addition of the word and after the semicolon.
Can we have it, I'm sorry, Mayor, can we have the document put up and then we can follow along to all the changes that she recommended?
That's a great idea. Thank you, Councilmember Ng. And then I have to look to Mr. Meritu to help me.
He gets another shot.
Put all the pressure on his shoulders.
Deborah, what page, Bates numbered page were you at again?
If we could put up Bates 146.
Okay, give me a second.
I might be able to do it, David, if you're having trouble.
I'm having trouble finding the one with the Bates stamped.
Yeah, I am too. You can put up the one without the Bates stamp. I can.
That's
I
fine.
can
Okay,
work from there.
what page should I go to?
It would be the cover page, page 1 of the resolution.
Got it. All right, let me share this one second. Okay. So sorry, this
Thank you for
doesn't
your
have
patience.
this doesn't have
so
the
this
Bates
is page 1, and if you would scroll down, please, David, to the 6th, actually the 7th whereas clause, where it says attachment B, that's shown on the screen, that is changing to A. And if we might go to the next page, David, it's the 11th whereas clause. So it's the second one on the second page. And on that, it will read, provided as attachment B to this resolution. On the following whereas, we're deleting the word and after the semicolon. And then we are adding the word and after the notation, now therefore it be it resolved. Moving down on the page to aesthetics, we are correcting a typographical error. It is in the 5th line. Instead of reading height of bulk, of buildings, it should say height or bulk. Moving on to the next page, which would be page 3, Bates stamp 148, under biological resources. We, at the 3rd line, are adding a hyphen where it says roof and building hyphen mounted facilities. And then if we go down to page 6, Bates stamp 151, the last paragraph, David, on page 6, please. We are adding there, after the word maps, so the third line, we're adding the phrase state responsibility area, parentheses, SRA, close parentheses, viewer, open parentheses, ARCGIS, arcgis.com, close parentheses. We are also making the change at the fourth line. Instead of saying Foothill Expressway, it will say I-280. Moving next to page 9, which would be Bates stamp 154 in your packet. Under utilities and service systems, the third line, it should read and would not consume. As well, under wildfire, the second paragraph, we are making the same changes that I previously noted, which is after the words map, adding state responsibility area, parentheses, SRA, close parentheses, viewer, open parentheses, arcgis.com, close parentheses, Foothill Expressway changes to I-280. And then the exhibits were reordered to be attachment A and B. As well, we have a few changes to the ordinance. So David, we have to decide which version we are going to go to. I made my edits on the red line version that was supposed to be the correct attachment 3. So if you could pull up the version that we sent over to the city clerk earlier today.
Hold on, please.
Sure.
That doesn't have the Bates stamps. 1 second.
No, it won't. I can again work through it.
Okay.
But if you're a trial lawyer and also running exhibits for a
Okay, how's that?
complicated meeting, that's fabulous. Let's go first to page 6, which is Bates stamp 161.
Now, let me pull up my document.
All right, let us know when you have that, Councilmember Ng. David, it's the last line. It's B as in boy at the bottom of the page. It's Bates stamp 161.
Yep, got it.
Ready? Okay, so there on B, this should be revised to read preferred locations, preferences for wireless telecommunications facilities following
Can we
co-location.
work on making the changes while you're talking so people can actually see what changes are being made? Is that possible?
You may be testing our abilities to work remotely.
But I believe the changes you're running through are the ones that came out in the Q&A.
And they've already been made.
And so my question is, can we just go to maybe to the Q&A and run through those changes? Because it seems to me everything that Ms. Fox has reported so far, I recall as all being in the Q&A, and it
It's
shows
in the
as a red line
Q&A.
in the Q&A.
Yeah, because I printed out all the documents that were sent to us again.
If that would be easier, we could do that. They are out of context for the ordinance, or I could I could, the other thing I could do was I could PDF to Mr. Meritu the pages I'm reading from, and you could see my handwritten items on the screen. What is your preference?
That's up to the city attorney.
No, I don't think that's necessary because everything that Ms. Fox is going through has been sent to the city, and it has been included in.
I think that the problem
in the-
is,
Ms. Council member, would you let the city attorney finish, please?
okay, sorry.
It was all, this has all been included in the Q&As, so I think what Ms. Fox wanted to do was walk through the changes so the council and the public knew what our last changes were.
Yes, I was merely asking, Madam Mayor, what would be most convenient for the council to be able to follow along. These are all in the record already from the Q&A that has previously been posted. But I found it difficult to follow just looking there. But again, I know the hour is late, and
Yeah,
whatever would make
check
it
with
easier. This is very cumbersome.
Let me check with my colleagues. Councilmember
Okay.
Lee Eng?
Yeah, what would be good if she had the document with the changes and just say on page, she had it up and it shows what the changes are, because not all the public has even referred to the Q&As or are aware that we post the Q&As. So that's why, people have the old documents, and then when she has the new documents with the changes, she can point to, like, on page 6, this line has been changed to read as this.
I think the challenge is that they do not have an electronic document that shows, that incorporates and shows the changes that were included in the Q&A response. Is that correct, Ms. Fox?
Madam Mayor, if you would indulge me for just one moment, I will pivot to my scanner and I will scan this to Mr. Meritu, and we can put up a version where you can see the changes that I am making.
Great. What I'm going to do while that happens is ask my colleagues if they have any questions for Mr. Zola with respect to the presentation that he made. So I'm looking, because I have one. Anybody else have any questions for Mr. Zola? Councilmember Liang, did you have questions for Mr. Zola?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zola. You've done a wonderful job, and I greatly appreciate you listening to us and trying to work with us and helping to point out what can and should not go into the ordinance. So thank you for that explanation. Regarding the negative declaration, because should I just ask you all my questions, or how do you want to proceed?
I'm willing to do it however the mayor would like to have this organized.
Go ahead. Although I don't think, well, go ahead, council member.
Because as we go through the documents,
we're going to be in specific questions on the document. Then we need to wait until Ms. Fox has done what she did.
No, I just have general questions because.
Okay. Yep. Go ahead then.
On the Q&A answers, and then in reading some of the Q&A that we received regarding the negative declaration, we have in our guidelines that we encourage faux trees, but yet in one of the Q&A question and answers, we're stating that faux tree wireless facility, faux tree wireless facilities is remote. So if if we're encouraging the wireless facilities to be faux trees and it's going to be all along everywhere, how can it be remote?
Okay, no problem. The
Lloyd,
idea,
Lloyd, are you going to take that? Because I think there's an assumption that we're going to be using faux trees everywhere, and I don't think that's really the correct assumption. So, but I'll turn it over to you.
Exactly right. The faux trees became very popular a number of years ago as an alternative to the big, massive poles. This is a design that is used for the large macro facilities where you have a 80, 100-foot pole. And it's a way of hiding the really large antennas at the top of these poles. So it was very popular back years ago as an alternative to just a big pole with antennas on them, the big kind of drum antennas. That is not the kind of facility that is popular today. As we've talked about, the move is toward the small facilities within rights of way, and not these big poles. So while the faux tree is certainly preferable to the big plain tower, the big transmission towers, the 80, 100-foot jobs, it is not going to be the typical thing that you see, because the typical construction, typical installation is going to be the small facilities that you've been seeing placed on PG&E poles and smaller facilities on buildings.
Thank you. I guess I just read it as almost like a conflict, because in our guidelines, it sort of was encouraging the faux trees. So that's why I just needed clarification on that item.
Yeah, it's kind of if you're going to build one of those big things, do it this way instead of that way.
Okay, thank you for the clarification on that. And I would just, if you can answer one more question for me, I greatly appreciate it. With the diesel backup at a time where we're concerned about greenhouse gas, is there a way where we can encourage alternative backups to mitigate some of the concerns we have about diesel? And can we utilize battery backups to reduce environmental consequences?
Yeah, and that would be part of the review of individual facilities. And we already have provisions to minimize environmental impacts, so we don't really need to specify that. It's something that could be done as part of the normal review process.
But Mr. Zola, did the small facilities have diesel backup, or is that more for a tower?
It's more for a tower, but there may be diesel. There may be some generator backups on some facilities. So it's not going to be common, but it's possible. And remember, the ordinance addresses both the large and the small facilities. So this is not going to be a common situation, but certainly it can be addressed as part of the review.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zola.
Is that all that you have for Mr. Zola?
At this time, yes.
Okay. Mr. Zola, I have one question, and that is on your slide number 9, and I don't need you to put it back up, but under the box under fire safety, you indicated a line where you made the comment, city's application can address. Was that for fire or for 9/11 or for both?
It's actually both. The city's application packet and the things that are required as part of that packet can address fire safety, structural issues, and any other of those kinds of issues, of things that we want to see a design from an applicant for.
And we are accustomed, because of other land use regulations coming from the state, that if it's not in the ordinance, we can't require it. So my question is, have you looked at our application, and are there other things that the city staff should add or change in the application in order to address those issues as you just stated?
Yeah, I think that we have not done a comprehensive review of that. And the reason is in our 3 hearings have been a series of changes to the ordinance. And so what we would do is upon council taking an action on the ordinance, we would then identify changes that need to be made to the application packet.
Okay, so then my next question is for the city attorney. In that instance, city attorney, do we need this evening to make that as a separate direction to staff?
Yes, that's what I was going to suggest, because we do have a couple of things that we have said that should be in the wireless permit application. We know that we have a lot of things already in that, but we could always add to those. And some of them might be, we add it to the application or the application checklist if necessary or if required, because not all these facilities will need some of this review. We already have review in there about the EMF testing and some of the other things, but we talked about that today, about how the application checklist would be augmented. So at the end, if you're going to give some direction, it would be update the application form or checklist as to match the new ordinance.
Okay, because in this case, we're not actually putting anything in the ordinance with respect to 911, 911 or fire, and yet that's what the reference has been in the presentation.
There are already requirements in the review regarding fire when we look at code requirements. So this isn't something brand new. We have, and there are standards already existing for fire. So we just want to make sure that the application packet reflects the existing requirements for fire and other issues, and then any other direction we have of things that should be looked at in the review process.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor. Just 2 quick questions. Mr. Zola, and let me just say thank you to the wireless team. I am sincerely impressed with how every time you come back to us, and I know it's been a couple times, that you really reflect what you heard from us. So very impressive. Thank you so much. Just 2 quick questions on the addition related to schools and parks. I wasn't clear on where that falls in the preferred locations list. And also I want to clarify, we know it's not a prohibition. And so how would that really work as to the schools and parks as it relates to the others?
Sure. It would work essentially. Remember, we had discussion about location on, of a facility in front of a house, not putting it in the middle of the 50%, in that center 50%, getting it towards the side. That is the same language, same structure of language that we use for the schools and parks. And in fact, where it fits in the ordinance is immediately following those provisions regarding the residential. And the way it says is that, let me open it up. Okay. I'll get you the exact wording in a second here. Okay. Okay, what it says is that no wireless facility, of course, the one I opened up was attachment 2, was the May 10th version. Okay. No wireless facility shall be placed within a public right-of-way or public utility easement adjacent to a school or park unless, which could be written in the other one, adjacent to a school or park shall be either located on an existing utility pole or if no alternative exists within 500 feet of the location. So basically, what you have is the requirement would be within or adjacent to a school, within a public utility easement or right of way. So one example is if you picture the high school, there's a series of poles right out front of the high school. That would be an appropriate location. Within a utility easement, existing pole within a utility easement or public right of way. If that does not exist adjacent to some parks, and I did check each park, and there are a couple of parks where most parks have lines either running right along them and back of them, across the street. There are some that don't, but in each case, there is an existing pole within 500 feet of the park. So we should not have to go to an alternative, but I can't tell you what every carrier system might be. So we would allow that feasibility test, just like we say, if you're at a less preferred location and you got to demonstrate there's no feasible preferred location. So demonstrate there's no feasible existing pole that you could put it on.
Oops, microphone's gotten funky.
Is it making the weird sound?
There we
again?
go. There you go.
Yes.
Now you're fine. It was weird.
It's funny, the last time I couldn't hear myself and then someone told me and I went back and listened to it and it was weird. So Mr. Zola, just to understand, so with the preferred list, let's say we have and you're familiar with our community.
Oops, we lost you again.
Can you hear me?
Yo, it's very bzzz.
Okay.
Vice Mayor, do you want to ask your questions while the council member's logging back in?
Sure. Or she spits the marbles out and stops gargling with them.
Right.
Yeah. So, Mr. Zola, I think I heard you say earlier that you thought I'm going to call it the June 14th versus the May 10th, that the June 14th version of the ordinance is more clear or understandable, or I thought that's what I heard you say. So can you give me why you think that is, or can you give me really compare and contrast pros and cons briefly, May 10th versus June 14th?
Sure. Let's talk about the structure and order of the locational standards. The order of locational standards in the May 10th, the advantage of that is it's something that you're used to from the 2019 resolution. It's the way it's been organized. And so from that standpoint, it's familiar. And it does consolidate all of the locational standards for facilities within a right-of-way, whether they're preferred or not preferred, in one subheading, A or B, or however, and then all of the similar standards for outside the right-of-way, and then identifying what's preferred and less preferred. What that required actually to create from the 2019 resolution was fairly straightforward, because 2019 resolution was done that way. It's not, however, how I would express, if I were ever asked, what are Los Altos priorities and preferences for location of facilities? Because to extract that out of the May 10th ordinance, we would have to say first priority or the first preference is the preferred locations within a right-of-way and preferred locations within out on a property. But I can't tell you from that ordinance whether the city prefers a building mounted to a pole in a right-of-way. Although you did discuss that actually in some of your meetings, preferring the building mounted to the poles in a right of way. But you cannot extract that preference out of the May 10th ordinance. And so the June 14th structure, which is not familiar to you because you haven't seen that, but flows to say that co-location is preferred. You know, not putting a new facility at all is preferred to putting a new one. That's A. B, the preferred locations are described as building and roof mounted or in essentially a commercial right of way. Then less preferred are mounted on non-residential buildings within commercial, other kinds of buildings in residential zones, and then in residential rights of way. So it actually follows the way that you've discussed the priorities in that order, but it is not familiar to you. And the other structure that I found some people had gotten confused with or automatically assumed is that providing all the possible locations in that order, there was an underlying assumption that the ordinance would now require, if you wanted to put something, a facility in a commercial right of way as opposed to on a commercial building, you would need to justify going to the less preferred commercial right of way than the building mounted. That is not how the structure of when you demonstrate feasibility of a preferred location. That section is solely if you have any less preferred location, you then have to demonstrate that there is no preferred location within 500 feet of your proposed site. So it's just as it was before. And there's a couple other more specialized examples of preferences that I didn't try to put in order because they don't fit in order. One is what we talked about, keeping the facilities out from the front of people's houses. I think that's one of the things the community has heard. I don't want to look out my front window at one of the facilities. So we have a standard that says, let's move them to outside the middle half of a property. But if there is no feasible location, we treat it as you can locate it in front if there's no feasible location, 500 feet, and the same with schools and parks. So it is structured a little bit different in yeah, it's unfamiliar. I just found the order of being able to describe what is the city's preferences top to bottom easier to describe from the ordinance. That's the primary advantage of the second one. But when you look at the other thing I would say is when you look at the June 14th ordinance, I purposefully did not try and use track changes to show everything moving around. That would have been impossible to find. So you will actually see not a huge amount of red line strikeout and added text because the reorganization doesn't change the substance of most of it, just the order in which it's presented.
Okay, thank you.
See hands raised from both Councilmember Lee Eng and Councilmember Flagger. Do you have further questions for Mr. Zola before we go back to Ms. Fox?
Well, we should go back to Councilmember Flagger because she was cut off, and I can ask my clarifying question.
Yes, thank you.
I appreciate that, Councilmember Lee Eng. Does this sound better?
Much.
Okay, great. So Mr. Zola, I just wanted to make sure that it was clear between the residential zones and being adjacent to schools and parks, which would be the less preferred location. So on Allman Avenue, which I'm sure you're familiar with in Los Altos, we have residences on one side and schools on the other side. And so it is not clear to me if I were to map it out, if a carrier wants to locate a small cell node somewhere, along Allman Avenue, under this current proposed ordinance and the guidelines, which side of the street would trump the other.
There is not that fine a distinction. And that's what I meant by you can't draw that distinction on aesthetic basis. It's really hard to be able to say putting a facility in front of somebody's house is more or less impactful than sticking in, putting it in front of a school. So we're not choosing it in those instances where there may be a line crossing a street where in part of a block it's on one side, part of a block it's on another. There's no real aesthetic difference that you can say it can't be here, but it needs to be there. What we can say is put it on an existing pole.
Right. Got it. Thank you. And then my second question, I understood that we clarified the old version that if there are any modifications at the time of the modifications, they have to comply with the current law or regulation. Just want to confirm, and this may be for a city attorney, that either as a catch-all clause somewhere in the city's ordinance or somewhere in this ordinance, we make clear that if what we have in our ordinance conflicts with any laws, regulations, codes that apply, then those laws would obviously supersede what we have in the ordinance. So that language is either in this specific ordinance or City Attorney Houston, I assume maybe it's in a preamble to our city ordinance.
I can answer that.
Yeah, we'll check on that, yeah.
I think I can answer that. It's contained in the severance clause of the
Mhm.
ordinance.
Perfect. Okay, that's it for me, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Liang?
Just to clarify, Mr. Zola, even with this ordinance, because school property is not our jurisdiction, it does not prohibit a school to decide if they want a tower on their property. We are not prohibiting, should a school district decide that they want a wireless unit on their property, correct?
I would defer to the attorneys on that. So what you're asking for the attorneys to answer this is, what if a school district enters into an agreement with a carrier to put a facility in a location outside a right-of-way, outside a public utility easement that would not otherwise be permitted by ordinance? Does the school district have the right to make that kind of agreement?
Yes, yeah, that's the question. Thank you.
School districts are usually exempt from local agency zonings. They can pass a resolution exempting themselves from local zoning. But there are certain regulations that may apply to them if it's not school, but they can opt out of our zoning. And I believe the school districts in Los Altos have done that already. So we'd have to look at it if one was coming in, but I don't think we'd be able to prohibit it.
Correct. I just needed to make sure that we are all clear on that and I get a good understanding on that. The other question I had was, our ordinance does require code compliance. So making sure, so that way when we talk about direction on what we'd like to see on our application, this, like you said, there are some things that we can put into our application and it doesn't belong in our ordinance, but the ordinance does require code compliance, correct?
Correct. Yeah, any structure would need to comply with code.
Thank you so much.
Now, I will hedge that a little bit because your review of code compliance is limited to the wireless facility itself. You don't get to review whether a PG&E pole complies with code. Is that correct?
No, because like in the application process, like you stated earlier, you stated that, let me get, I've got the notes. We can add requirements to meet current standards. And the city application can address some of the these items, and then that we can be consistent with our other building codes, correct?
Correct. I just want to be careful in your assumptions regarding what is consistent. We can review, you can review as a city, consistency of the wireless facility with code. But you don't get to review whether the PG&E pole meets current code. Yeah, Jolie, is that correct?
Yeah, and I'm not saying that it meets, I'm not saying that the PG&E pole does, but I think similarly to what our application is for some of the commercial submittal requirements we have for commercial buildings, additions, multi-use and family applications, we can be consistent with like that application and some of our expectations. You referred to architectural and structural, you referred to electrical and structural calculations. So we can include some of those into our application process, correct?
Right. But the way I've seen this stated, we need to clarify a little bit, because I've seen the phrase used, after all, shouldn't we just apply the same standards we're using for commercial and residential buildings? And there's an important missing piece, and that is a wireless facility is a very different thing than a building. And so while each has to apply with applicable codes, how a wireless facility meets codes is going to be different than the same way you would review a building for meeting codes.
Madam Mayor, may I add to this?
Yes, please.
Discussion? I just want to point out that in the ordinance itself, at page 15, base stamp 191, conditions of approval for all facilities, 11.12.060A3, the wireless telecommunication facility shall meet all applicable city standards, including but not limited to building, fire, electrical, mechanical, structural standards, and requirements to ensure safe installation and operation of the facility.
I appreciate that, Ms. Fox, but I just want to make sure that's in our application and we can cover it just like it was recommended by Mr. Zola. I think that we are all aware that utility companies have not adequately inspected and maintained their infrastructure. And I think by having some of the components that we have in our other applications, we are just ensuring that we want it designed to code and make sure that they are able to maintain it. So, I mean, the state is not responsible. It is the city that's responsible for making sure that these safety code compliances are in order. So I just think that, you know, this is part of our responsibility in doing our job. Thank you.
All right, are we ready to go back to Ms. Fox?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First off, we will start with the ordinance itself. This is not as greatly aligned as it would be if I had some better assistance here. But this is now showing the changes that are in the question and answer, but now you can see them live as part of the attachment 3. So we started with page 6. You see on the screen the revision that is made to section B, changing that heading. And I went over it. It now reads preferred location preferences for wireless telecommunication facilities following co-location.
And pardon me, I'm going to ask our city attorney a question. City attorney, do we need to read through all of these and read them into the record?
No, because they are already submitted to the city as part of the record, but I think that Ms. Fox wanted to go through it to show the changes for the council.
Yeah, I'm just aware of the time and trying to do this in the most expeditious way possible.
Madam Mayor, I think I understand from the city attorney that I don't need to go through each of these, so I defer to you and the council what your preference is this
Yeah,
evening.
I think she was
we're-
doing it as more as accommodation, I think, to Councilmember Lee Ing, who wanted to see these changes.
I think because Ms. Fox began by repeating all of them and it was easier to see them, perhaps if you scroll through and just pause at each one.
Very good. Let's do that. Okay, page 7. Here's the change.
And just to make sure, it wasn't just for me, I was doing it for the public.
Yes.
The next change will be on page 11. This was a consistent edit that had to be made in replacing the word dwelling unit with school or park. And that also, the next change then is on page 14.
Right.
Then we go to page 21. And we corrected section 6. That ends the changes for the ordinance. I also have a copy that we can put on the screen and scroll through of the changes to the design guidelines.
Don't think there was much in the design guidelines.
There was not much.
So
Would you like to see those or prefer for the hour? I think we're almost to midnight.
I think we're okay unless one of the members wants to see something from the design guidelines. I recall they were just really de minimis things there. Okay. So is there further presentation from the wireless team, or are we ready to move on to council discussion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that concludes our presentation.
Okay.
And then we have public comment as well.
Absolutely. And that's what we should do now that we've finished with questions, is ask our city clerk to set us up with any public comment.
Sure. If any member of the public would like to speak on this item, please indicate so by saying or by raising your hand. I'm sorry. Madam Mayor, we have one speaker thus far. If you want to give him another couple seconds, let me know.
Yep, we'll give them a couple more seconds. Okay, why don't we go ahead and take our speaker?
How much time would you like to
2
allot?
minutes, please.
I'm sorry, I missed it.
2 minutes, please. Sorry.
Thank you. Roberta, are you there?
Yes, hi. So
Hello?
I do hope that as you approve this tonight, that you do have the condition that the application come back to City Council for approval so that we can include the fire protections and not just pass this on and hope the staff gets it at some point. I hope that the application process is reviewed. I know Mr. Zola hasn't had a chance to do it yet, but I think that would complete the process, which seems to be much improved as you've gone through it on your different meetings. So that's my request, because I would like to see that. And I'm sure that the staffers could change. So I think we need to, council and the attorneys need to see that. And Mr. Zola offered to do it. So I hope that happens. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I see no others with their hands raised.
Okay, that being the case, I will close public comment on this item, bring it back to council and ask, and I'd just like to go around the room if there are any further changes that any of you would like to see or issues you would like to raise. And let's begin, let's see, with I think that probably the core thing to go through is the actual ordinance.
Madam Mayor?
Go ahead.
There's just something that I would like to put on the record regarding some of the testimony that we have received over the last few meetings. And if you would like, and I would like to have it before the council does any deliberations, just so if anything I say tonight regarding some of this testimony, that the council can consider it or reject it. So bear with me because I am putting this on the record tonight. So pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, which we know as CEQA, the city as a lead agency must consider comments received during the circulation period, but it is not required to prepare responses to such comments. But in this case, the city's qualified expert team reviewed the numerous comments and provided responses. These responses were supported by substantial evidence in the record. CEQA defines substantial evidence as including facts, reasonable assumptions predicated upon facts, and expert opinions supported by facts. Argument, speculation, inadequate information, unsubstantiated opinion, social or economic impacts unrelated to environmental impacts are not substantial evidence. That's Public Resource Code 21080. Also, generalized complaints, speculation, and/or supported conclusions do not constitute substantial evidence. That's Palo Band of Mission Indians versus County of San Diego case. So here, the city council has discretion to consider the public comments, and we've had several meetings of public comments, written comments as well, and decide if these comments are credible and if the information provided has an adequate foundation and is supported by substantial evidence to support the lead agency, the city's decision. And I conclude that the issue is not whether the project will adversely affect particular persons, but whether the project will adversely affect the environment of persons in general. Public Resource Codes 21083 and Association for Protection of Environmental Values versus Ukiah. So what I would like you to consider tonight when you go to consider all the evidence and the testimony that you have received over these 4 hearings is the evidence and information, written or oral or not, oral or written. Do you consider it substantial evidence? Do you consider it bearing on your decision? And if so, then if you want to make comments about that, please do so now when you're making your deliberations, because the lead agency needs to do this or can do this prior to making their decision. So in your deliberations tonight, please consider what sort of evidence and written and oral are you considering and what are you not considering? And that might be helpful in your deliberations. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you very much. So let's go to the main ordinance. And
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes, go ahead.
I think City Attorney Houston, I think you had another portion of the record you wanted to make.
I did.
I know the hour is late. It's after midnight now.
I know. When I turned off my microphone, I realized that. So yes. And so one thing, as I mentioned, that the city's qualified expert team reviewed the numerous comments and provided responses. I would like for the record to reflect that Lloyd Zola is a principal of the Metis Environmental Group. He has over more than 45 years experience, public agency planner and environmental planning consultant. And he has prepared numerous land use regulations as well as development and environmental management policies. Um, as an expert, Lloyd has been retained by cities and counties in California to assist in land use regulations and development of review of those decisions. He has been qualified as an expert witness in planning and has planning opinions cited by the U.S. Supreme Court and the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. He has, and I will have his, that's just part of his biography because I know it's late. I would also like to say, as part of our team, Deborah Fox is the chair of Myers-Nave statewide First Amendment and trial and litigation practice groups. She's one of California's foremost experts on First Amendment issues, particularly those affecting public sector, and has unique experience with cases involving First Amendment land use and zoning regulations. Outside the courtroom, Deborah provides daily guidance to clients as they draft ordinances and vary regulatory provisions. She has over 35 years of legal experience in land use and is adept in handling a variety of matters, those including telecommunication, general plan, CEQA, federal preemption. So I would like to say that our experts have they're qualified experts in land use and planning and also in regulatory matters. So I think that the evidence that they provide would be supported by substantial evidence based on their foundation and their background.
Thank you, City Attorney. So I'm going to go around the room and I'm going to start, please, with Councilmember Weinberg. Are there any provisions of the ordinance that are concerning to you where you would like to make changes, clarifications, or additions?
Thank you, Mayor. Honestly, I think the May 10th ordinance was more clear. I think it was a better document. The only thing that I really like better about the June 14th document is the elimination of the proposed new section 11.12.065 to our municipal code. With respect to the neg deck, I'm fine with that as it's been amended. I think following the example that I think the city attorney just left for us, I think that the opinions and the, not testimony, but the written comments by our expert, Mr. Zola, and our retained counsel, Ms. Fox, are substantial evidence. I have not heard anything that I would consider substantial evidence in other comments that have been made. I agree with our experts that the business about fire standards, structural integrity, insurance, I forget what the fourth one was, are not appropriate for whichever ordinance we end up adopting, whether we end up adopting an ordinance at all. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Councilmember Flagger, would you?
I think the vice mayor has her hand raised, Mayor.
Okay, sorry, she's on a different screen. Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I have my virtual hand up. I decided it would make sense for me to tag on to what Councilmember Weinberg just said. So I want to give a little context first. I'm going to take us back to April 12th. Remember the early days, the old days. And we had a draft at that point. And I'm going to quote the mayor, who I have the timestamp because you're going to ask me for it. So at 3 hours, 33 minutes and 50 seconds into the April 12th meeting, you stated, and I completely agree with this, though you said, let's stick with the outline we have. We've worked hard to refine, presumably with the 2019 as the starting base or whatever. We have our experts. So of course, we did change. We didn't stick with the outline. We've had several versions of the outline since then. But I want to say that because, I mean, just like City Attorney Houston said, you are our experts. You've worked with us for longer than I've been on council, and I respect the work that you've done. So I just wanted to give that context. But after that April 12th meeting, we had a May 10th version, and now we have a June 14th version. I've been uncomfortable with the process. I will admit, as a council member, I feel that at least I, and maybe others on council, I really don't feel I've been heard in this process. I don't think we're serving our city well with as prescribed as we've gone down in this rabbit hole. I think we're replicating with some exception the 2019, I mean, the over prescription. I just can't get myself too comfortable with this. I am more comfortable with the May 10th ordinance. Councilmember Weinberg mentioned the standard about, you know, when we can upgrade if they're going to, sorry, I'm not expressing this very well, to incorporate new technology where feasible. I think that was a good addition to this June 14th ordinance. I also think the distinction of talking about wireless facilities versus small wireless facilities, to make that distinguishing characteristic is useful. But frankly, I actually don't, and every meeting we have, I get increasingly uncomfortable with this approach. I don't think it's necessary. I think it's better than 2019, but you know, I just don't think we're serving the majority of our residents well with something as prescriptive as this. I completely support the negative deck, and I can support the resolution for design guidelines, but I'm extremely uncomfortable with the particularly tonight's June 14th ordinance.
So I'll just ask the clarifying question if I could. And I guess I would address this to both Councilmember Weinberg and to you. I gather I believe you both were in favor of not pursuing what we had in April, that you wanted that changed. Can you tell a little more what it is about the current version compared to the May version that you think is not serving the community well?
I particularly got concerned when I felt it was unclear to me, and I think this ties in with what City Attorney Houston was talking about, with the way some of the, this may not be the best word to use, but the way some of the commentary and everything that was asked to be put in some of these other ordinances, I think our experts did a good job of weeding out what was feasible versus what wasn't feasible or didn't make sense to our experts. But I feel like our process got hijacked. So on April 12th, yes, we all agreed to work on an ordinance. We came forward with something on May 10th. I was actually fairly comfortable with that. I thought it was an improvement, but then we dug even deeper. I just, the more we've gone into this, the more I'm concerned about the proscriptions we're putting on this ordinance and who we're serving those prescriptions. I mean, a clear, simple statement of, I mean, I basically could hardly make sense of it by the time of tonight, having, maybe it's because we've read so many versions of this and then the red lines flew in and then they didn't, and then there's something else. I mean, I can't make any sense of it. I don't think I talked about balance at the very beginning, balance of, not blaming those who have poor cell reception and saying it's their own fault because they don't turn on their internet assist on their phone or something. You know, we have limitations. Both these ordinances, and our experts answered the question, both these ordinances will improve our cell coverage, but we're still making it so convoluted. I'm just not sure it's really serving our community best to take this approach. So,
Councilmember Weinberg, did you want to add to something?
I agree with everything the Vice Mayor just said. I would add on to it that I did think that the May 10th ordinance was an improvement over what we looked at in April. And I don't have my notes in front of me from April, so I won't go into the specifics of that. I don't think it's necessary. I do want to say this though. The meeting that we had on May 10th on this agenda item was not a good meeting. There were a lot of, let's call them irregularities, that I think added a tremendous level of confusion. I think there were some tactics that were employed with which I am uncomfortable. And I think that that set a tone for the entire meeting, which gave a lot of, it led to a lot of commentary from all of us that I think did not produce a better result. And I do want to say what staff did with that meeting is remarkable, because when I went back and looked at that meeting, I was ready to pull my hair out, and maybe staff was as well. I mean, they spent a lot more time trying to parse out of that what we have in front of us on June 14th. But the short of it is, I think a bad process on May 10th led to suboptimal changes to what we have today. And the longer version of that is all of us, all 5 of us on council, I think really need to make it a priority to be sure that we are as clear and transparent as possible, and that the ideas and criticisms that we are giving forward are constructive and are of our own understanding and not polluted by a lot of outside interests whom I don't believe necessarily have the best interest of Los Altos at its center.
Councilmember Flagger?
What's the question?
I think the original question was whether there was anything in the ordinance itself that you would like to see changed. That's the baseline.
That's where we started.
Yes.
So let me also address what I heard from the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Weinberg. For me, I was okay with the May version. For me, I definitely think how the wireless team has laid out the preferred locations and the less preferred is easier to understand. So I think that's an improvement. I am still uneasy with the addition of the schools and parks. If you will recall at the last meeting, I directed that to staff to come back and confirm they didn't have any concerns, and they did tonight. And so I'm deferring to the analysis they did, where they concluded that we could include some limitations or preferences related to schools and parks. There are other things that I think were unnecessary coming out of the May meeting. And I do think there have been some improvements. And so I could have approved or supported the May ordinance, but I'm also okay with this ordinance and could support the ordinance before us tonight. I definitely don't want to go back to the May ordinance and try to pick and select what we like about the June ordinance and incorporate back into the May ordinance, because I think that would require another meeting. I don't have any additions to the ordinance or the guidelines, and I support the neg deck. And that's where I come out, Mayor. And because of the time, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Lee Ng.
I think today's version is something I could support as well. I think it addresses the concerns that we wanted to bring forth, and they made those changes as we had directed them. I still do have concerns about the neg deck, but overall, I think that they made recommendations, they clarified things on what we can do. So I'm okay with moving forward with tonight's version because I am concerned about the timeline. We're going into our break, and I know that for it to go 30 days after approval is another concern for me, and I don't want to continue to drag it out.
Thank you. So I'm going to echo some of what I heard from Councilmember Flagger, which is what's here, I think, is quite workable. I think if we think back to our original goal, it was to make sure that we used an extraordinarily good team of people. I think we all agree this is an extraordinarily competent, exceptionally qualified group of people that we've worked with. We have said that what we had as an original ordinance was not something we wanted to continue with. We wanted to both make more of the city available and yet be more careful about how we stated our preferences. I think what we have in front of us is something that clearly states a sequence of preferences without unduly eliminating options for the carriers. And I think that is what is required of us in going forward with this ordinance. I don't think there's any such thing as a perfect ordinance. I initially struggled with the shift in the organizational structure. I'm now satisfied that it is sufficient, legally sufficient and defensible. There is one final question I have for the drafters, so I'm going to throw this to Mr. Zola. It is the only remaining kind of possible either anomaly or inconsistency that I found that I want to clarify. And that is that in section D on the general citing, there, and I believe that you added this after the last meeting, it says that you can, and this is with respect to new polls, it states, and I think this is 1482.030 D3H3, I believe, where it talks about new polls, and it says that it's better to have the new pole, quote, on a through street rather than along a cul-de-sac where feasible. So my question is there a reason why you put that specifically having to do with new poles and did not put it in section 030C where there is, say, residential, which is where most of the cul-de-sacs are, and add and I think it's at C2A, there are then, and I think they're misnumbered, by the way, what should be 1, 2, and 3. I think it starts as 2, 3, and 4, at least in the version I looked at. Whether there should be something there that says the location should be on a through street rather than along a cul-de-sac where feasible. So I'm just wondering about the differentiation between new poles and the more general statement as it might apply to residential.
Sure. And if I remember correctly, this section that starts with a new pole, if permitted, should be located, actually is taken out of the 2019 resolution. So that is a provision that I believe is unchanged from the beginning.
Okay.
I can check that for you if you'd like, but that's my recollection.
So does it make sense, given the intent that's clear in that section, that there be a parallel statement in the residential section as to the general addition of a facility on an existing pole. I'm just trying to be consistent, trying to figure out if you want this, if it's a new pole, why would you not want it if it's going on an old pole?
Yeah. And I think, the reason, I think the difference between an existing and a new pole, one is obviously the existing pole is there and you don't get your choice about where it goes. Whereas there's a fairly wide choice about placing a new pole where there is not one in place. And the aesthetic differences are greater when you're placing a new pole where there is not one now. But I think, the consistency between a new pole in a preferred location and a new pole in a less preferred location does make sense. That I do understand.
I'm going to ask my colleagues if they would support making such an addition to section C in the residential section.
What precisely is the amendment you want to make?
The amendment would be that, if I've got this correct, in 14.82.030 C2A, that there would what's currently, as I recall, was numbered as 2. There's a sub 2, 3, and 4, which should actually be a sub 1, 2, and 3. That there be a new 4 saying that the location should be on a through street rather than along a cul-de-sac where feasible. And I am taking that language directly from 14.82.030 D3H3.
What page on the proposed ordinance are you looking to insert that?
The page I'm taking this from, I believe, is at page 13. And I apologize that I did not back up, but I'm guessing it's probably at about page 11. But I don't know for sure. I didn't make note of the page number, just a section number.
If I could interject for I'm getting a better look at how that would work, placing this also in C.
Yes.
This provision, I think, is actually specific to new poles. And the placement in section D would apply to all new poles regardless of preferred or less preferred locations.
Right.
But I think that the same would not work if it's applied to existing poles, because then I think we have the difficulty of saying that use of an existing pole is more aesthetically displeasing at a cul-de-sac than not a cul-de-sac. I just it's not hitting me that I can make that finding easily. If that's the consensus of council, keep talking about it, I'll be able to weigh in.
Should it be Mr. Zola? Should it be D3I? Should it be another?
Ask that we put this on the board, because
yeah,
somebody's going to ask me to verify any of this, and I don't know where you are on the item. So do you want Mr. Meritu to place the red line version so that we can see where we're? I think it's page.
Perhaps you can show them page 13 first, which is where that language already exists.
Yep, it's right there, H at the bottom.
We're not seeing
on the red line version. It's actually at the top of page 14.
Okay, well, I was looking at an old version because
I know, but I'm just trying to match this up here. So the language is what you have there at the top of 14 on a through street.
Yes.
Rather than along a
But to show the
cul-de-sac.
context, you need to go back so that people can see what this is about. So that it says clearly in H, a new pole, if permitted, should be located. These are preferences about new poles.
Right, and now you are proposing an insert, Madam Mayor, I believe somewhere around page 11, and I'm not sure where.
I was looking at C2A, but I would of course defer to experts on what makes sense.
I guess the question is, what do you want that provision to apply to? And then we can figure out the best.
Well, it seemed to me that cul-de-sacs predominantly exist in our residential sections. So that it's why it seemed to make most sense in C2, which is about the residential. I mean, there are very, 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 very few cul-de-sacs that I can imagine in commercial areas.
David, what page are we on?
13. Oh, now we're
We're
changing
going
it.
back here. We're going back. So I can't work backwards and know where we are. I have to work forwards to know where we are. Sorry.
Let me make sure I understand what you're asking, and then we can figure out how to, if that's the sense of council.
And,
if I understand,
it is an aesthetics question.
if I understand correctly, what you're asking is that third provision at the bottom of the third provision on page 14.
No, I can't go by page. I'm sorry.
Okay, no, that's fine. Yeah, what you're asking is that within less preferred residential, we take a principle that says we would prefer use of an existing pole on a through street rather than an existing pole on a cul-de-sac. That would be the net effect of moving that where you want.
That's yes, exactly. Yes.
Okay.
Now, but let's see whether there is any other support for that or if we should just work with this thing the way it is. Councilmember Flagger, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And I understood what you were suggesting from the beginning, and I was struggling to make the distinction between existing poles and new poles, because as Mr. Zola just explained, if they're existing poles, there'd be existing poles on the through streets, and there would also be existing poles on the cul-de-sac. And so when you refer to aesthetics, what exactly are you referring to where you would argue that the aesthetic impact is less on the through street compared to the cul-de-sac?
On a cul-de-sac, you have basically a congested place already, and by virtue of the fact that it's a cul-de-sac. And so any pole that's there is already got a bigger impact when you're coming in and coming home than when you're driving down a through street. I believe that it has a greater aesthetic impact.
But the existing pole is already there, and it's just adding the center.
You would be adding, if you put a wireless facility there, you are adding a negative to the aesthetic. I think we all agree that wireless facilities intrinsically constitute a negative aesthetic. If you don't agree with that, then you won't agree with my argument.
Right. And the caveat there too is the assumption that the through street also wouldn't have any residences.
No, it might have residences. I'm not saying that a through street wouldn't have residences.
Right. So I understand your ask, Mayor. I think we're slicing. I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's necessary to make that distinction for existing poles. I understand for new poles, when the first decision is being made about where to place it, then you do through streets over cul-de-sac. That I got. But for the existing poles, as of right now, and I know it's late, I cannot support your ask. I don't know where other council members are.
So let me just take a quick look at Councilmember Weinberg or Vice Mayor.
I feel like we discussed this before. I remember the Mr. Zola making a comment about not being able to make the finding on a cul-de-sac differently. Maybe it was some different aspect rather than this, but I don't support the argument either.
Okay. Councilmember Weinberg, do you want to weigh in at all?
I agree with what the vice mayor said, and I mean, quite frankly, I still think that the May 10th ordinance is better. I don't know that I'll be supporting this one anyway.
Okay, then what I would like to do is to say that I think on behalf of this council, having heard testimony from the public, and that public includes not just residents. We do not require that only residents participate in our public hearings. And having considered all of the evidence provided to us from a broad variety of sources, oral testimony at multiple public hearings, written testimony and written opinion provided to us through our official emails, the advice of our city staff, our city attorney, and this team, I would like to move that we adopt the resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos, making findings adopting a negative declaration under the California Environmental Quality Act as provided in our staff packet.
I'll second that, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Council Member. Before we act, is there anything the city attorney would advise us to include in this motion other than what has been stated?
No, the resolution is self-contained, it's intact.
Thank you. City Clerk, would you call roll, please?
Yes, members of the council, if you agree with the motion on the table, please indicate so by saying aye. Councilmember Lee Ang,
No.
thank you. Councilmember Weinberg,
Yeah.
thank you. Councilmember Flagger,
Yes.
thank you. Vice Mayor Meadows,
Yes.
thank you. And Mayor Enander,
Yes.
thank you. Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you. And I believe that at our last meeting or somewhere along the line, the city attorney advised that the following language occur, and that is that we waive further reading and adopt an ordinance of the Los Altos City Council amending Los Altos Municipal Code, Chapter 11.12, and adding Chapter 14.82 relating to wireless telecommunications facilities and utility infrastructure, setting new locational requirements and revising development standards as amended and reviewed in our packet, including the amendments made through the answers to our questions and reviewed by Ms. Fox during our meeting tonight.
I'll be glad to second, Mayor.
It would be waive further reading and introduce the ordinance. It will be
Pardon me.
adopted. Yeah, it will be. We all want it to be adopted, but it's
Yes,
only introducing
tonight is
tonight.
introduced, next time is adopt. My apologies and
Yes.
thank you very much. So please amend the motion to say waive further reading and introduce an ordinance.
I'll be glad to second, Mayor.
Okay, the edit has been made to your motion. Members of the council, if you agree with the motion on the floor, please indicate so by saying aye. Councilmember Flagger,
Yes.
thank you. Councilmember Lee Ang,
Yes.
thank you. Councilmember Weinberg,
No.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Meadows.
Better than 2019, but no.
Thank you. Mayor Enander.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes with a 3-2 vote.
And finally, I move we adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos adopting design guidelines and standards for wireless facilities as amended and presented in our packet.
I'll be glad to second, Mayor.
Thank you.
Bear with me. Members of the council, if you agree with the first and second, please indicate so by saying aye. Councilmember Flagger,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Ang,
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Meadows,
Yes.
Mayor Enander.
Yes.
Motion passes with a unanimous vote.
Thank you all. Thank you again to staff and to our team that has worked so long and diligently on this on behalf of the city. And I know the work is not done because at this time, I will make a motion that we direct staff and our wireless experts to review and bring back to council any revisions to our application for wireless permits to assure that rigorous attention has been paid and the necessary elements are there to assure that all the applicable standards and fire safety concerns and other issues that have been raised during our deliberations have been properly addressed and included where sustainable.
Are you inferring that every time staff wants to change the application process for a wireless location, they're gonna have to come back to council?
No, I am not. I am saying that there is a need for a one-time review based on the available expertise that we have sitting here as a part of this team right now, that they had already planned to do so, and we are merely formally giving them the direction to do so.
But hasn't the team already given us the input that you're looking for?
No, they were very clear that that's not done in earlier comments that Mr. Zola made. Councilmember Flagger.
Thanks, Mayor. So your motion doesn't reflect a consensus that's been reached by council. You included some specific items you wanted reflected in the application. And I don't think as a council, we've agreed that we want the application to necessarily reflect those things.
I don't think I said what I wanted in there, what I wanted them, I was listing what I thought we wanted them to consider.
And we have not discussed as a council what we want them to consider. It's possible there are council members who will say we defer to staff to determine what needs to be added to the application to properly protect us, period. As opposed to going into the details that you have gone into, especially because I know we haven't discussed as a council what we want explicit on the application versus what we don't. There's been discussion, a lot of suggestions, but we really have not decided. And so to direct staff to do something council as a consensus has not taken that position. I can't support that.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor, I'd be glad to support your motion, but I'd like an amendment then.
Go ahead.
I think it was made clear to what I heard was that we could put in some things and provide direction on that. And so then my amendment to your motion would be that we look at our commercial submittal requirements application for new commercial buildings additions, multi-use and multi-family application. And then we look at items 5, 9, and 11. I think that we're not, and we look at the requirements there, and it's the same demand for designs that we are not treating anyone or any organization differently, and we would be treating them equitably. And if we're expecting this on our other applications, I think it's important to, include it in this application, our wireless application. And so we are just doing what we're doing for other applications, no differently. And that's exactly what he said. He said, we need to be consistent with our building code. It's already in print. It's already consistent. So I think that this is just requirement standards that will ensure that we have maintenance and inspections. And so I think it will ensure and address the fire safety. I know they mentioned that they had concerns of APCO-ANSI, but yes, we're not going to push for APCO-ANSI, but I'm looking at what our current application has, and it's no different. And so if you want me to read them off, I'd be glad to read them off, but I'm just saying that these are applications we already have within our city. These are,
Well, point of order, Mayor, what is the friendly amendment?
so the friendly amendment would be then to look at the application and to apply what we have in our commercial submittal requirements for new commercial buildings, addition, multi-use and multifamily, and to include sections 5, 9, and 11 into the wireless application.
Okay, I will not accept that yet pending.
I have a question for Mr. Zola. Wasn't this a question for the council that we've already addressed about the commercial applications? And then it not be applicable to the wireless application because we already have a standard wireless application. Wasn't this already addressed in our question and answers?
Correct. Yeah, the issue is that there's a vast difference between a wireless facility and a commercial building. And so we can't just lift requirements for commercial and residential buildings and use them directly for wireless facilities. And what I thought I had suggested at the beginning was that we would need to look at the ordinance as just adopted and make sure that the application package reflects the ordinance as it was adopted. I don't believe I made any recommendations beyond that.
Thank you for the clarification. Vice Mayor?
Yes, I was just going to say what Mr. Zola just said, which is I think our experts along with staff can tweak the application process as advised to meet the new ordinance. And it does not need to come to council. Council can go to the front, pick up the application and read it and propose it as a future agenda item if there are perceived issues. But I don't think council should be reviewing applications. This would be something that our experts can work with staff and put together. I won't support it coming back to council.
And then I have a question for the city manager and or city attorney. Do we as a council, for contractual reasons, need to give direction to staff to have the experts in, like Mr. Zola and Ms. Fox, as appropriate, involved in this review and possible revisions, an update of our application?
So Mayor, I don't think if a motion was passed, I don't think we would need further direction to include the experts in that.
But do you need a motion to direct staff to review and update the permit application?
Well, I think we could have staff do it, but I would recommend having at least Mr. Zola review it or the team review it to make sure that it does adequately reflect the
That's
ordinance.
between you guys. My question is, do you need something from the council
Mayor,
in order to make that happen?
No, Mayor, I don't think
No,
so.
it would be contained in their agreement.
Because that was my concern, is I want to be sure that we've done something that's properly within scope, and if we need to be clear about it, that we're
Members of the council, I have no idea what just happened.
It dropped here too.
It
Sorry.
looks like it dropped us all and invited us back in. I am at a loss of words, but we're all here and that's what matters.
We timed out somehow. I think it was a clue.
Did everyone get kicked out?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. It timed out.
It just,
Yeah. I
Somehow.
thought my cat unplugged the computer because it was time for me to go to bed.
Angel didn't feed the chipmunks enough peanuts. So, Jolie, would you please just close matters?
I don't think we're recording.
Yes,
You're
I
right,
think
thank you.
what it's within the scope
Wait,
of.
wait. Let's get Angel recording. He isn't recording yet.
Oh.
I also let's can I get a couple more seconds because I bet KMTV needs to relaunch. So just
Yep. It's fine. Please stand by.
I am not David Meritu. I have no idea why it's identifying me as David Meritu.
surprised.
Hang in there with us. How you doing, Angel?
That is bizarre.
I've reached out to Fabian. I see him on the screen here. I'm waiting on a little response, just so I can make sure we are continuing with the broadcast. I can continue recording and then piece it together after the fact, but I would just feel more comfortable if I can get a confirmation from him.
Sure. Thank you for your care and caution.
Did the public get kicked off too, or?
It
I
looks
think
like
everybody got kicked off.
It was a clean swipe for everyone.
Wow, brutal.
Yeah, that was brutal. I had a mini panic attack on my end.
Anita, your camera is off.
Thank you. There's all kinds of gremlins running around in the machines now.
Deborah has her name back.
Madam Mayor, I'm not getting a response from Fabian, but if you guys are okay, I can continue my local recording. And
Yeah, let's continue the local recording.
Yeah.
And we just want a final statement from the city attorney as to whether there's any further direction needed to staff.
No, the direction will be to staff and the team to revise the application to coincide with the new ordinance requirements.
So is my question is, do I need a motion to give that direction?
Yes, I would make a motion just because I don't think it's I think we would like that, just so when we look back, if it's not unanimous, we can look back on that. So I would make a motion for that direction too.
Okay, then I move that we direct staff to work with the expert team to make such revisions to the permit application as are needed, consonant with our hopefully soon to be adopted ordinance. Councilmember Lee Eng.
Amendment to address architectural and structural, electrical and structural calculations, please.
I will not accept your friendly amendment.
Okay.
Councilmember
I'll be
Weinberg?
glad to second it.
Okay, thank you for your second. Councilmember Weinberg?
Friendly amendment, rather than directing staff to, I think you used the word amend, can we direct staff to review the process with the experts and then amend as they deem necessary?
Review and amend as deemed necessary. Accept your friendly amendment. Anything further? City Clerk, I think we have a motion from the mayor and seconded by Councilmember Lee Eng with a friendly amendment from Councilmember Weinberg.
Can we have discussion, Mayor?
Yes, we can.
I am concerned that it's not clear enough because I can understand where they are saying we can't just pull, but I'd like to be assured that we can get similar.
Point of order, I think we've lost Councilmember Flagger.
Councilmember Flagger is being promoted right now, I believe, from attendee to panelist.
Okay, please hold.
Here.
She's Councilmember Flagger's been promoted. Can you just confirm we can hear you, please?
Hello.
Hello, welcome back. Want to be sure, were you on when we did the motion with a second from Councilmember Lee Eng and Councilmember Weinberg's friendly amendment?
I didn't hear the start of the motion. I heard the end, and I heard the clarification from both Councilmember Lee Eng and Weinberg. So if you could restate it, that'd be great.
Okay, and Councilmember Weinberg's going to help me here. That I move we direct staff working with our contracted experts to review, I believe is what Councilmember Weinberg said, and as deemed necessary, make changes to our permit application form consonant with the ordinance and guidelines as, let's say, ordinance as introduced, presuming of course that it gets adopted, and the guidelines as adopted tonight.
So Mayor, you accepted the friendly amendment. I did not. And
That's
I had
true,
some
you did
concerns
not.
about that. So I do have some concerns because I'm hearing a lot from our current city attorney, and I'm just concerned that we're not going to. I want to be somewhat assured that we're going to get some clear guidance in making sure that the application will be just as stringent in oversight to assure that such similarities in how do we say follow through by the applicant will occur and I know you didn't want to touch on architectural, electrical, and the structural, but I mean, those are things that Mr. Zola said we can do. So I was just troubled that we're not going to include that. So,
well, I think we have to trust that the staff and the experts are going to create a rigorous application that protects the city.
okay, I just want to make sure that we put that word in then. If you're going to say rigorous application, then I'd like that.
Mr. Weinberg, are you okay with saying, putting a word like that in?
The more rigorous, the better.
Okay.
Great. Then
I'm better.
rigorous,
Then I'll
we will
accept it.
amend the motion to include rigorous standards.
Rigorous and consistent in
Well,
somewhat.
they have to be consistent with the ordinance because
Codes
that's a
in our
legal
codes.
requirement.
Okay, I'm much better.
You can't put something in there that isn't consistent with the ordinance.
Okay.
or other.
I feel a little better. Thank you.
Okay. So are you now accept the amendments? Do you want to be shown as a second on this motion?
Yes.
Okay. Motion by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Lee Ng with the amendments by both Councilmember Weinberg and by the maker of the motion. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
If you agree with the motion on the table, please indicate so by saying aye. Councilmember Lee Ng,
Yes.
Councilmember Fliger,
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes, with vigor.
Vice Mayor Meadows,
Yes, without vigor.
Mayor Enander.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
And with that, I believe we have completed this item. Given the late hour, we will not take up the remaining numbered item on our agenda. I will implore my colleagues to review, if you have not already, those letters so that we could very quickly take action on them at our next meeting, because it is our only opportunity to take action that would potentially influence the outcome of the legislature, including supporting what the Cities Association, the California Association League of Cities would like to have us be supporting. So with that, we will move to let's see, do we do next future agenda items? And I have on my list that Councilmember Weinberg had something he wanted to come back to as a future agenda item. So Councilmember Weinberg, can you refresh our memories?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that we agendize a discussion about a flag raising policy.
I don't think we need a motion. What we need is an indication of a couple of other people to support, excuse me, the policy in order to involve, because I believe this would involve some staff time.
I'll second. I'll give him a second vote, and I think it would require staff time because city attorney would need to come back.
Absolutely.
So you would need 3 people, Councilmember Weinberg.
So we need 3 people.
I'm willing to be a third, but I don't know that this is a priority given workload. So I would rely on the city manager to decide where on the burner it goes, whether it's back, middle, certainly not front. So it can be a longer term item.
And I agree with Councilmember Meadows. This is not something that should be on the front burner, only because of constrained staff time at this point. Thank you, Councilmember Weinberg. Did you have anything else for future agenda items?
Thank you, Mayor. No, I don't.
Thank you. And Councilmember Lee Ng, I believe you wanted to raise 2 items for which you'll be looking for support. One on a policy on funding nonprofits and outside groups, and the other with respect to art funding. Let me ask the city manager, with respect to the policy on funding nonprofits and outside groups, is that something that falls into any other routine financial policy reviews that you have planned?
Mayor, we would review this as a regular part of the budget, which was just adopted. So we do think it needs to be reviewed and brought forward, but we wouldn't have it immediately unless council asked us to. But certainly before we provided any additional nonprofit funding, and potentially complete it by the time the chamber comes back to provide their documentation for support.
Okay, so I will support that. Is there a third support for that? Councilmember or Vice Mayor Meadows?
Yes, I support that.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Lee Ng on art funding. I just want to be clear. Is it that you wish to consider reducing what's required in our ordinance, which would then reduce the amount of funding that ends up in our art fund, or something else? I'm not certain I
Well,
understand
and to
what you
have
want.
the discussion to possibly
yeah, discuss the ordinance and changing the ordinance and even creating possibly a housing fund.
Okay, those are way two different things. I don't think we can take them up joined together. So you're really proposing two things. One is to revisit the 1% art ordinance.
Correct.
And the other is to consider funding mechanisms for housing.
Correct.
Okay, and I'm gonna make this comment with respect to revisiting the art funding. Is there anyone else who would support, who wants to support that? Councilmember Flagger, you have your hand raised.
No, I'm supporting Councilmember Lee Eng's suggestion related to identifying options to create a special housing fund. So I'll provide her a second for that suggestion, not the public art 1%.
Great. Anybody else want to support Councilmember Lee Eng on the art?
I think the city attorney has something to say, and then I'll say something.
Okay.
I believe that I'm losing my voice. I believe that when we did the update to the density bonus ordinance, we explored options for housing fees, and we've already retained someone to do some sort of study about our options. So I think that's already underway. So, and I know Laura reached out, and I think we've retained someone that is working on a housing fee in lieu fee justification study, the Nexus study. Gabe, am I correct? I think.
Yeah, for clarification, the direction we received at the council retreat was to retain someone to look at potential sources of funding and fees. To me, I think that this request is a little bit broader. The funding and fees would be included in it, but this is mechanism for funding housing programs. So programs may be a discussion as well.
Right, and I would support this as long as it's in the context of our housing element as a driver, because I think that will most identify where there are likely to be funding needs, which is, to me, a first step in trying to solve this.
There was one more thing, Mayor.
Yes.
I wanted to, because you went through the legislative item that we were continuing. I would have liked to have add, because we have to identify what other bills we'd like to make sure we track and keep an eye on. And I'd like to add SB 917 to the list.
SB 917.
Correct.
Thank you, will do.
And then one more thing, if we're talking about future agenda items, or, well, it's not really a future agenda items, it's just an item because we have conferences coming up. And I just wanted to make sure that we can all participate and take part in it. Like at Cal Cities, I would like to express my interest in that, as well as the National Cities Conference. So I just wanted to bring that up as well at this time.
Thank you.
And Mayor, just for clarity, before the art funding does not have a second.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And
Councilmember Flagger, go ahead.
thank you, Mayor. Just to follow up on what Councilmember Lee Eng stated about the conferences, I also plan to attend the League of California Cities Conference, annual conference in September. And to Councilmember Lee Eng's point, in case someone isn't familiar with what we used to do a year and a half ago, we would limit the number of council members attending these conferences to 2. And last year, we decided that we would allow any number of council members who are interested in attending these conferences to do so. So I'm happy to hear Councilmember Lee Eng is also interested in attending. Thank you.
And I would support a continuation of the change of policy that we made last year, because I think they are, as much as it's fine to look at the packets online and so on, there's nothing that's the same as being at the conference. Vice Mayor?
Yes, so I had deferred to the city attorney, and then I dropped the topic. So I actually do support a discussion about the public arts fee, but I think it might also fit into the element, the housing element overall, since it's a fee applied to development. But I also don't know if it's a priority. Again, we always create this really long wish list at this time of night. So, but I do think that that's, that fee is going to be generating a lot of funds that cannot be used elsewhere other than public art. And I do think it's probably worth looking at that. But again, if there's, I don't want to make a whole extra project, but maybe it fits in the housing element process. So now I'm repeating myself.
And the reason that I am not supporting it at this time is precisely for that reason. We had a conversation in setting our priorities. This is not on the list. We earlier heard a lot about trying to maintain fiscal discipline going forward. In my view, fiscal discipline also means expenditures of staff time. And so I think we have to not be piling on things that involve staff mid-year
Mayor.
that we have not considered.
Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
it was for discussion and all I needed was a second, and I think I got that. So I just want to make that clear. It's a discussion item. It does not require staff time.
You want a discussion.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'm not sure how effective just a discussion would be. So I think it should be a real discussion, because without staff participating, I'm not sure how constructive. So I'm not sure if I want a second just a council.
Okay, let's get some clarity from the city manager on we already have documents, I think, or I guess we would just need some, you're right, Vice Mayor, we would need, it would help to have some numbers, and you're right, it would be helpful to have the numbers.
Councilmember, I'm going to suggest that you withhold this pending whether it comes up in the context of the housing element or possibly for proposing it at our next retreat.
Or no, it'll come up at the, it can come up at the, as we discuss our housing fund and possibly options to how to create that. So, thank you.
Anyone else have anything to throw in the hopper? All right, let's try reports. Anybody have anything to report? Going once. Councilmember Liang, go ahead.
I do want to state, wait, I wanted to make sure I explain it correctly. So the municipal, wait, I've got to spell it correctly. I think I brought it up before, and I just want to make sure that the model water efficient new development ordinance, myself as well as a staff member had worked or met with the water district, and we felt that it was important to follow up on. I shared the information with the city manager, and he will be sharing that information with the Environmental Commission. So I just wanted to share that information. It's like a REACH code, but it's in regards to water and our concerns with how we would like to address the water drought and shortage, and how new developments can implement some things to address these things. So I just wanted to share that.
And I know that earlier tonight, unfortunately, it conflicted with our council meeting. Valley Water had an online program on this issue of how to be more water wise and keep your trees alive, which you all know is something that's near and dear to my heart. So I'm sorry we missed that, and thank you for that. Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be quick. I'm just excited to share that we had the opportunity to meet the 3 new summer city interns a couple of days ago. Very excited to have them to kick off our city intern program. So big thanks to staff. I'm sure it was a rigorous application process, and I met all 3 interns and they're very impressive. So I look forward to us working with them over the summer and seeing some of their contributions. Thank you.
Thank you. And Vice Mayor, did you have something? I thought your hand went up and then it went down again. No. Councilmember Weinberg? No. All right. And I also met the interns. It was a great event. Thank you to staff for putting on a welcome event. I think every little bit helps in helping to integrate people into our staff. Councilmember Liang, did you have something else? Your hand is up.
Sorry, my hand needs to be lowered.
Okay.
And I was there for the intern meeting too, and it was fun. Thank you.
Yep. City manager,
Nothing to report, Mayor.
city attorney. You get one chance.
My staff, the city attorney's office is going to be doing some public works contract training with Public Works, and it's scheduled for 2 hours, but a part of that will be questions and answers, but it's going to be going over basic contract principles and Public Works, prevailing wage, bid protests, bidding, and all the different types of requirements for the different types of public contracts. And hello.
Hello, I think we're all coming back. I think it's time very soon to adjourn.
Yes.
So unless there's anything further from any of my colleagues, we will adjourn at 1:18 a.m.
Good night.
Good night.
Night, everyone.